destruction in their country, in their cities, but we are blessed to be here to do some good work for the citizens of Memphis today. So as we begin our day, let's just hold that posture of gratitude and collaboration. And with that being said, I'm going to ask Ms. Robinson to call the roll for the start of the, Housing and Community Development Committee, Tuesday, November 4th at 9:32.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilman Dr. Warren. Present. Councilman Logan.
Present. Thank you. Before we get started, I want to open the floor for Councilwoman Cooper Sutton if you wanted to have some opening words as well.
Thank you, Chairwoman Logan. I'm excited to be here, and I'm more excited to hear some updates on what's about to happen on the North Hub, because we know and we see what the condition and the urgency of our state is in around this country, and especially dealing with our homelessness and our unhoused, as they say. And just wanted a current update on the status on where we are and how we are moving forward.
Councilwoman. Dr. Warren, you're a part of the project as well. You have some.
I just wanted to have some questions
Word.
at the end of the presentation.
Okay,
Just
all right.
for us in general, when it concerns homeless families and our current plight now that the travel lodge is closed down, et cetera.
Okay, with that being said, we're going to ask Mr. Bingham to come forward. Director Cash, you can come forward as well if you need to. Okay, great. Whoever's going to speak today. Just unmute the mic, give us your name and address, and you can begin with your presentation.
Jared Bingham, 186 Harbor Isle Circle North, 38103. Thanks, y'all. It's lovely to be back with you. Hi, Clay. To share some of the magnificent work of this project in North Memphis. I've been excited to come back and talk with you all because, as you remember, the project began years ago. It's had 3 different sites. We finally have a secure site. But in that time, we initially had scoped 20 studios and 1 amenity building. And I'm thrilled to be able to announce that we're going to maximize the site with 60 full cottages, 3 amenity buildings, including an education facility and food and beverage. So that's the most exciting update we have. And I'm just going to walk through these slide decks to get you guys up to speed on where we are with the design. The project is on 6.6 acres of the site that was formerly Manassas High School. It's a rich and textured part of the community. The Manassas High alum are deeply committed to the area and to the site and have embraced this project along with the clergy and the overwhelming support of the residents. Here's an aerial view with cottages laid out in the site, shadowed in the 3 amenity buildings against Manassas. Firestone is the large street that runs across the top of your screen. The curved land there is railroad spur right-of-way. So if you all have worked with the railroads, you know it's super difficult to get permission to use railroad land. All right, so because we're able to do the entire site, all 60 cottages, we anticipate rather than having 20-ish occupants, we'll be up to about 240 with a maximum of 300. So 1 mom with around 3 children, everybody gets a bed. You'll see in a second how the cottages are laid out. These are the cottages for the site. There'll be 60. And designing this project with the neighborhood was really a fantastic project in community-based architecture. So we started with a floor plan, which you'll see in a second, and then worked through the material selection and the porches and the doors and the windows treatments and what the kitchen layout was to come up with something that everybody really believed in. Here's the floor plan. You'll see mom gets her own bed, ample storage in the closet, big accessible shower, stall, and then those purple beds at the top are built-in cabinetry for 4 bunk beds. So we borrowed this out of some of the highest design in the world and the Wythe Hotel in Brooklyn in New York. And as you look at it, it will look like a beautiful piece of cabinetry with these little sleeping bunks, and the kids will be able to close them off with curtain if they want to. Our intention is for every kid to feel like when they crawl into bed, they're in like their spaceship if they want to be in a spaceship, or a ship sailing the ocean, or the top of a tree in a treehouse fort, and we think we'll pull it off. This is a shot of the amenity buildings, both from the street Manassas and then coming from the site, looking out towards Manassas. That building to the top left is the central convening area. So you imagine families who've been literally living on the streets. That creates a huge disruption in stability and in calm. Around 97% of the people who experience homelessness experience post-traumatic stress from that event. So it's not a good thing. We catch folks at the hub. About 4,000 people a year, about 1,800 children a year come through the hospitality hub. So you'll sign in at the hub, and then when you're a fit for the Hub North campus, we'll take you straight to your cottage. So there won't be like a check-in or, give your name or insurance or some card thing at the table. You'll go to your home where your beds are, where there's a kitchen waiting for you, where your kids can do their homework and decompress. And then the first time you'll engage with this amenity building is, let's say you check in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll say, hey, take some time, settle in. If you want to join us at the amenity building, we're going to have afternoon tea party at 5:30. So we'll set up tea for all the little kids, probably like sugar water, and they'll come and sit around the tea party tables while mom can just notice it's not some kind of transactional program. This is a place to really heal. Here's a floor plan of that resource building. You'll see counseling classrooms along the bottom edge, the big flex space there. That's that section you saw from the elevation on the top right. And then towards the back of house, there's a closed section for staff only. And then those boxes on the right, on my right, those are washer and dryer facilities, laundry facilities. Here's the Learning Commons. The site opens to the top left of that screen, and so you flow in through a big creative vestibule and then into one of 3 creative learning spaces and a 4th outdoor classroom. There are those purple boxes are soundproof practice pods for instruments. Here's food and beverage. There's 300 people on site, 3 meals a day. There'll be a lot of food coming through. So one of the key features of this is exterior and interior seating, so people have plenty of choice. And you'll see on the bottom right, there's a grab-and-go window. So let's say mom's heading off to work and kids are heading off to school, and that's a stressful time for a family who's just now coming to terms with what it's like to have a kitchen. We can do grab-and-go burritos, yogurts, parfaits in the morning so the kiddos and mom can have something to eat while they're getting out the door. All right, here's your timeline. We're at the edge of the red now, and the administration has been super fantastic. Chief Zena's office has been working closely with the team, and thanks to Councilwoman Logan's advocacy, we now have a single design and review and permit meeting that's anticipated sometime in the next month. Another significant opportunity that we have at this site is President McGowan and MLG&W has charged his engineers with speccing the viability of the region's first ever microgrid. A microgrid is a redundancy measure, so if the whole grid goes down, our grid won't. And that's been very important for the hub because we manage emergency cooling and warming centers for the community. So rather than have to run off limited generator power, we'll have our own grid. It also could be really helpful as climate emergency continues and as the drain on the grid continues in our community. If the hub's microgrid proves viable, we'll understand how to spec future developments with their own microgrid. So it's exciting for us to be able to partner so closely with the city administration and MLG&W and learning what we can do together. Okay, that's what I have for our updates. I'd love to hear from you all.
Thank you. This is exciting. I want to, Dr. Warren, and then I want to get your feedback, Councilwoman, on the questions from the timeline and anyone else. But before that, I definitely want to set a meeting with you all about the microgrid and the space across the street, because I know you all have been a warming center, and that could be a potential site for north, south, east, and west, or north and south warming center, because we don't know what's coming, emergency center,
That's right.
that type of thing. So let's talk about that. We'll be reaching out for that. But
Fantastic.
Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think Jared realizes all this looks great. We're looking at 2027 for when we're up and live with this. And right now, we're looking at that big, bad billionaire bailout bill that stopped SNAP and is doing all the other things to our economy that is really screwing us up. The travel lodge is now no longer available for us to take people and drop people off. So we're at risk there. I know that we're seeing more and more families at the hub and also at Room the Inn. And it's, like we had 3 families at church on Sunday that we had to get with Room the Inn and do things with. I guess, the council needs to know where you guys are, what you're needing, what your colleagues are needing. We're going to call another meeting of that group where we've got all the various organizations together soon. Clay's going to make that happen within the next week or 2. Tell me what's going on from your perspective, and Ms. Cash, if you've got some information for the council about where we're going. I understand we're using a Sycamore View hotel that we're dropping people off now. Let's just make this public. Thank you, Jared. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Before you go into that, because there are some questions about the presentation specifically that Councilwoman had, because once she's done, I do want to have an expanded conversation about what we're facing and how you all are answering that.
Well, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you for the update. And I love the timeline, seeing where we are, and gives me a better perspective on how we're moving forward, making sure, because of the state of our country and what we're seeing and how things are moving. And of course, Chairwoman Logan took my question, because great minds think alike. I wanted to talk about the microgrid as well, because that is very important and very, very important, especially in this time where we are now, and having separate if something goes on, because we just never know right now. We are in very unprecedented times.
That's right.
And so now we just got to move from day to day, and also prepare for the future as possible. But I love that. I see that the cottages, I'm excited about 2026. I see that the delivery of the installation of the cottages. Can't wait to take that tour. But however, just making sure, I saw that the number increased from 20, to 60. Am I correct?
That's right.
And so that's even, more exciting to hear that we'll be able to provide more housing. And from my understanding, this council, before I got on, has worked very hard for this to come to fruition and the manifestation of it. However, I think that I remember, I just got to go back and look through the whole project and what the aim of the project was really centered around. And we know it was homeless, unhoused, making sure that we had all the necessary perks that were needed, mental health, providing stability, getting them jobs, and maybe even, I think, moving them out and to be homeowners and to be productive citizens here in the city of Memphis, and getting them out of that poverty number. And I wanted to know, is it gender friendly?
Yeah.
Wanted to make sure that it's gender friendly. Men, women, because you have fathers that take care of their children, that the mother may not be there, or the aunt or someone. So just want to make sure that it's centered around gender friendliness.
Thanks. Those are great clarifying observations. This campus is designed to help families, which means a grown-up with an attached child. Any kind of grown-up and any kind of attached child.
Okay.
Any number of attached children. The 60 is great. It's not quite the demand, and you're right. We don't know what's coming right now. It's a strange time in the tax code. It's a strange time in social services. So what will be great about this campus is we will understand what it takes, and if we need to replicate it, we can replicate it. And people who check in to stay with us here, our goal is 100% of them leave and jump over crippling poverty into a kind of life where they have a chance and their kids have a chance.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Now we're going to go. I want to recognize Councilman Ford. He's have arrived. Good morning, sir. We're going to move on to a high-level overview of the state of the state of the country and what we're anticipating and how you're preparing for it. But I do want to ask you to come back to the next meeting to give an expanded explanation, a conversation about that as well. But if you would, we want to answer Dr. Warren's questions. Thank you for bringing it up, but we'll put it on the agenda for the next meeting as well. Yeah, and we may need to continue that conversation as long as we're crafting out what we can do and what that looks like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Cash, if
thank
you
you,
would, give us your
Chair.
name and address and you're recognized.
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main. And specifically, I wanted to speak to Councilman Warren's points around the Travel Lodge. To my knowledge, they are still operational as a regular hotel, but they have transitioned from serving people who are in need primarily to more of a return creating environment. And so we have been working, one thing about Memphis and the people in Memphis is we will come together. We've been working very closely over the last couple of weeks with, of course, Hospitality Hub, Community Alliance for the Homeless, Memphis Shelby County Schools, and what I would call a new partner. We've worked with them before during the COVID area, but United Way. We all mobilized a couple of weeks ago when tenants received a letter saying they had to be out by a certain time to see where they can go. I know the Hub had several clients there. Catholic Charities, maybe some others, had several clients there. We were able to identify housing for a lot. We had some landlords come. We were able to identify housing for a good majority of those individuals. However, Councilman, you mentioned a different hotel on Sycamore View. We have learned as of yesterday that is not going to work for those clients. And so as we speak, the clients are being relocated to a different hotel that is more friendly. Our staff went out there to check the hotel.
Is that the person who actually showed up at our meeting and talked, Indian gentleman? You had a hotel?
That's probably who it was. Yes, I don't recall his name off the top of my head, but that situation is just not going to work out. But we do have another situation. We've talked to another hotel provider. What we're doing right now, is making sure people are comfortable, people are able to be moved. We know this is highly disruptive to folks who are already living in a disruptive situation. And so we're just trying to be mindful for parents with kids.
What about our police department? That's what I'm concerned about. When they have women who've been abused, they've got to drop someone off in the middle of the night. Where are they going? Do they have marching orders for that?
We get a steady stream of drop-offs for MPD, the domestic violence shelters.
Yeah, you're not open at 3 in the morning though. For
Well,
drop-offs, they can't drop people off there, right?
Well, 4 or 5, and some nights 4 or 5 different people will be dropped off there. But the hub is
Y'all
not
are
officially
open 24.
open.
So where do they take them?
Well, it's everybody texts their friends. Like we know people in the command staff at MPD, and they'll text Jessica or they'll text Yolanda.
So you're asking for, do we have anything
I'm not
structured
saying, I don't
in
think
place?
we have anything
So,
especially set up.
Well, how
where they
close are we to that, or what can happen? What needs to happen to make something like that happen?
So there's no
Continuum
designated
of care. Our continuum of care.
Yep.
Do we have factored into it an overnight process?
So there's no
Okay.
designated
Not right
hotel
now.
for
Before
that.
what
But
we
if I
had
can,
was we were just taking people to Travelodge. That's what would happen.
well, they're
That's
taking people
close.
to a lot of different places, if I may. So the first call, they should be reaching out to YWCA. YWCA provides that services. There are some others that provide services to DV victims that they are able to connect with. But there's no official place to take them. But people who know kind of what Jared was saying,
Yeah.
if you know that there's availability, you're just trying to help make sure people are housed. And so I think that is a place within our system that we
Right.
can improve. What that's going to take is communication. So this is all happening live. We were actually at
just
Travel
want
Lodge, and a
everyone to
police
know
officer
that we
showed
have a
up there.
hole right now.
Mm-hmm.
We have a hole
gap.
and it's not filled. So we got to fill it.
Right.
Okay.
So if you all would take, a couple of weeks and kind of think about it and come back, when you come back the next meeting, give us some beginning thoughts about it and how you feel like we can approach it. All right, thanks for that. Now, I do want to say that, let's not cross out that area over there. There are a lot of, hotels over there, and that entire place needs to be cleaned up. I've been working on cleaning it up over there, but I think it's an opportunity to, put something better in that vicinity. And then you have that college over there, so we don't want that over there, so we can talk about that as well. Did anyone else, have any questions? I know we're over time. Okay, if not, I want to thank you all for coming. Thank you for the work that you're doing, and we'll see you at the next council meeting. Appreciate it. Is there any other business that needs to come before this committee? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Could we please have a roll call?
Councilwoman Green. Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. And Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
And Chair Warren.
Also present. Colleagues, we have one item on our agenda, a resolution to appropriate $250,000 in FY 26 CIP funding for Overton Park Shell to renovate the lower sets of restrooms and add 6 upper restroom stalls. This is District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Could I have a motion? Moved by Ford, seconded by Spinoza. Could we please have Mr. Bolton and appropriate people up for presentation? Please give us your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Justice Bolden, 2599 Avery Avenue.
Natalie Wilson, 1928 Poplar Avenue.
Proceed.
Gerald Spencer, 3720 Nardonal.
Thank you, Ms. Spencer. Go ahead.
All right, so we have our Executive Director of Overton Park Shell, Natalie Wilson, who's going to talk to us about the resolution to appropriate $250,000 in FY 26 CIP funding for the Overton Park Shell restrooms.
Council members, thank you for letting me come back and share with you the update from the last time I spoke to you about our very fragile plumbing at the Overton Park Shell. Our board of directors, and I have to say, I could not have made it to this process without the administration of the city, Gerald, and Chief Adams, an incredible team that has helped me through the many repair needs that have been happening this year with our restrooms, our plumbing. And so we are putting together a project that will not only repair some of the plumbing lines that feed our dance floor restrooms beside our stage, as well as our hilltop restrooms, and expanding our hilltop restrooms by 6 restrooms that will really be a big support to the overarching plumbing situation in the shell. It doesn't fix the major project is what we call Veterans Drive restrooms that were built in 1955, but this will be a big support to, we're alleviating some of issues that we've been seeing this year of the use of our restrooms.
Natalie, what are the Veterans Drive restrooms? Are those the ones on the hill?
They are. We have a mural there. They were built in 1955, the year after, I always say, Elvis's first live performance.
It's a great year. We had a number of people born in that year.
Okay. So they were, and those are our larger restrooms, and the city team works tirelessly to fix them, but they're old, antiquated plumbing. They all
and those
need
are the
to be
ones
taken.
up on the hill.
This is on the side of the hill of the lawn. They have a mural. It's the
Right.
largest restrooms. The hilltop restrooms, though, have 4, and we're going to add 6 there.
Okay. I'm not sure I know where the hilltop restrooms
We
are.
have decks there, our 3 hospitality decks, and there's a restroom
those are on the back
left.
side.
Yes.
You have 4 there. Okay.
Right.
And do you have some at the foot, at the base also?
Yes, on stage right of the stage. We
Okay.
have
Are those
our-
for public use
Mhm.
during?
They are.
Okay.
And there are only what is considered ADA restrooms. But the good news with this project on the hilltop, we are going to ensure ADA accessibility there as well.
Thank you. Let's note that Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Councilwoman Walker are here. And I think, looking around, I think we only have one person in queue now. Councilwoman Green. Great article in the Commercial Appeal, by the way.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for recognizing me as well. Thank you, Ms. Wilson, for being here today. I want to state for the record that I am on the board of the Overton Shell. I don't receive any compensation, so I will still be voting, and I will be voting in favor, and I hope that my colleagues will as well. They do a lot of great things for our community and bringing our community together, and they go out in different parts of the community with the Shell on Wheels. But I did want to state for the record for both people who are listening that due to many of our neighbors losing most or all of their SNAP benefits, November 13th, November 20th, December 4th, and December 11th from 12 to 6 each day, the Shell is going to have music from their stage and an opportunity for neighbors to drop off shelf-stable pantry items that they will then, and diapers and other basic household goods that they will then get to nonprofits to be able to distribute to our neighbors. So there are opportunities with the Shell to give back to our neighbors in the coming weeks. So thank you for all that you do. It's more than just concerts, the way you support the community. And I know our 90th anniversary is coming up next year, and there's going to be a lot of celebrations out there, and we do not want toilets overflowing. So thank you so much, Chair.
No problem. Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? If not, all those in favor of this, please say aye. The chair is also aye. Any noes? That passes, I believe, unanimously. Natalie, Director Bolton, thank you so much. Thank you very much for all your work on this. This is a very important good thing in our community that really brings people together from all walks of life. And I'm really blessed.
Improvement Committee to order. Ms. Smith, may we have roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Warren. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford Senior. Vice Chairwoman, Councilwoman Jana Swearengin Washington. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. And we have 4 items on today's agenda. So item number 1 is a resolution to appropriate $2 million in FY26 CIP project number LI01036 for library deferred maintenance improvement. All council districts sponsored by the administration. And moved by JSW and second by Councilman Ford. And we do have a request for same night minutes. Is there anyone here from the administration who would like to speak on this item? Please state your name and address for the record. You may proceed.
Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. Council members, before we start this particular presentation on the resolution, we have General Services and the Library leadership here to talk about items 1, 2, and 4. So we can wrap up all 3 of those items with this one discussion, if you don't mind. And this is just, we're presenting back to you all more clarity on number 1.
Okay, thank you for that, and that will be fine. You may continue.
Good morning. I'm Chris Marslek, Deputy Director of Libraries, 3030 Poplar Avenue. This presentation will provide information about libraries, deferred maintenance plans in relation to general services planning process. The first slide shows, you probably recognize this first slide. This is the slide that I presented last committee meeting. that shows how we plan to use the 2 million library improvement funding, which includes the 509,000 deferred maintenance funding. In simplest term, this funding, the deferred maintenance funding, will be used to refresh library locations with just a wide variety of repair and improvements. The next slide goes into some detail about our facility assessments. It explains how we regularly assess library facilities and have a plan to refresh all locations over a 10-year period, starting with the highest priority locations with the greatest needs. Library management does routine branch walkthroughs and meet with branch managers to assess the needs. And we focus on things like flooring, lighting, windows, doors, pretty much anything on the interior and exterior of the facilities. We're looking at ways that we can improve and make our facilities more welcoming and just more inviting to the public and something they can be proud of. General services focuses more on their plans focus more on the larger major modifications such as HVAC and roofing, and they'll get into that in a few minutes. You'll notice that Cherokee North, Gaston Park are the highest priorities. They do have the greatest needs. And so our plan for fiscal year 26 is to use that 509,000 to focus on those three locations. And if you'll turn to the next slide, this slide shows a 10-year plan where we plan to refresh all of our locations over the 10-year period. You'll notice at the top again, Cherokee North, Gaston Park are the three highest needs. And we go all the way through our newest locations, Southwest Twin, which isn't even built yet, but 8 to 10 years down the road, we're going to need to refresh that library as well. So we want to make sure that we include all of our libraries, even Parkway Village, which we're just getting started. So then the next slide goes into detail about the things that we're looking at, our library management team look at when we go in and do our assessments and we gather our information on how we need to refresh our locations. And again, we work closely with general services on this, and so this provides some details about the improvements we address on the library side. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Jameson to cover the next slides.
Thank you, Chris. All right, Melvin Jameson, General Services, 125 North Main, and
Gerald Spencer, Senior Administrator, General Services, 3720 Not All.
All right, I'll start it off with comprehensive City of Memphis facility plan. So just to tell you, and I know we may have confused you the last time, we do in fact have a FCA, a Facility Condition Assessment. It is it's a document that we had put together 2020, and we've had it around a while. Now, we are working to improve that document to make it better so that we can utilize it to the best of our ability. So that's the first thing. So we have the FCA, and the purpose of the FCA, Facility Condition Assessment, is to first understand what's going on in our buildings holistically from the building system standpoint. Now, also in this FCA, we have captured some of those interior basic work orders. Some of these things that Chris wants to do and the library wants to do, they have, they've added up because of the number of facilities, and they've added up because some of the work orders have been delayed or deferred in some cases. So some of the requests that he's asking for in his deferred plan is for major work, but it's just not for building systems work. We concentrate on the building systems from general services, the major modifications is what we call it. We ask for those dollars every year from the things that we get from the FCA, that equipment that is either due to be changed out because of the life cycle has gotten there, been reached, or getting close, or we know that it is a priority one and it needs to be repaired quickly. So that's how we build that CIP request on an annual basis. All right, so that's pretty much the FCA. Now on the timeline for building the new FCA and creating the new modules and a new integration, that's around March 2026. So we will have that FCA available and ready for a portion of our budget season. On the next page, on the library FCA's HVAC reports, this was just a snapshot of the HVAC systems, and we find under the prioritized conditions, there are immediate needs of 1 unit at Hollywood and South Branch, and there are things that are in poor condition, two units at South, 2 units at North, and 1 unit at Whitehaven and Levi. I can also add that after talking with Deputy Director Marcella, that we have a couple of roofing systems that will need to be changed out next fiscal year, FY27. So basically, I want you to take away from this that we do have a plan in place in order to capture major repairs that need to be made at the libraries. Now, next page is under the Central Library conditions.
So on our work order system that we use, we get work requests in from the library, and we go out and address those work requests as they come in. So some of the major work requests that we work on, like Director Jameson said, are our HVAC systems. What we do is we get with the libraries once, all the divisions once a year to determine what we need to put on the CIP list, and we also look at what we have on our work orders from what our foreman and our techs or our craftsmen go out and address. So we include also what the FCA has with our work orders and what we have and determine what are major repairs. So some of the things that we'll let libraries handle under their deferred comp and CIP money will be for cosmetic. We will address them as they come in, but for major painting areas such as large areas, we will let them address those. Our goal is to start what we receive on the for the CIP major mods in FY27.
So we had a conversation about and a question about the library and the escalator, elevator, why we chose to do the elevator versus maybe a stair conversion. So these are the pros and cons, if you will, and the reasons why we did. So the stair conversion, I'll start with that part first. At the end of the day, the stair conversion was going to cost more, basically, than the escalator project itself. It was going to be roughly about $1.3 million. Part of that was because of the, once you pull out those escalators, you're going to have a big hole there, and you're going to have to fill that in, you're going to have to bring it up to code, and then you're going to have to create these new beams and new structural components there and these new landings. So that was going to be a cost of about $1.3 million, and you had an issue that you would have to shut down the library for about 4 months. So we know that was probably not going to be an option. Now, the escalator replacement was about $440,000 per elevator, and we were able to get the funding for the 2 escalators and get the funding for 2 elevators for about $1.5 million. So we felt like that was the most prudent thing to do, and that's the reason why we went with the escalator and the elevator conversion. Any questions?
I have a question. Do you want me to
Okay,
hold it?
thank you.
I'll hold it. He asked me the same question. I'll hold it too.
Were you finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he's finished, so we can go to the queue. Okay, first we're going to hear from Councilwoman Logan.
Thank Thank you all so much for coming back with this update. I had a question. You touched it, but there were a couple of things that I just need clarification on. In terms of the local or the individual sites and the manager's discretion regarding repairs, upgrades, and maintenance issues, what latitude do they have, and when do they have to escalate it up to you all, or do they have their own budget for those types of things, such as window cleaning, carpet repair, when the handicap door doesn't work, lighting, that type of thing?
I can answer that. No, we don't have budgets for every location. We're all under one operating budget, and we do have a facilities manager that submits work orders to general services. So we have an open line of communication with our branch locations to make sure that we're hearing from them what the deficiencies are and where the work orders need to go in, and we try to stay as proactive as possible to get those to have the communication lines open with our branch locations. So we do have a centralized work order submittal process.
So they have an issue, they submit a work order, and general service handles it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Chief.
So, both things are true. The work order that when you have a system that's in disrepair, general services will maintain. What also happens in the library is they have a facilities manager that actually has a cadence, a routine that should occur for basic custodial and janitorial services like carpet cleaning, window cleaning, things of that nature. There are opportunities for that facilities manager to also, if they're missing small items off of a doorstop or something like that, to go pick up and replace. So together, they work together, meaning general services and the facilities manager, where there are items that the facilities manager can address, missing light bulbs, things of the nature, they replace. If it requires some equipment because the ceilings are really high, then they call general services. Or if there's a ballast adjustment that's needed, then general services is called. So we do that and establish that relationship with all divisions. All divisions have at least a facilities coordinator or manager that works with general services.
So the library systems itself has one facilities manager, or each location has one?
They have one for the entire library system.
And so everyone calls them with their work order situations. Okay, and I'm not trying to get into the day-to-day, I'm just trying to understand, so when I, go in there and there's some issues, I can kind of understand. There was an event, I was at an event at a library and was helping to break down, and so the trash cans, this is really drilling down in the weeds, but I'm trying to understand the garbage bags and the trash cans. I was told that they are given those garbage bags and have to use those, but you can see through them, and it's a lot of extra work for the cleaning staff and the librarians to take out, they tear up and stuff. It's like extra layers of work because we may be cutting costs on certain things, and I just couldn't imagine that they had to use the see-through garbage bags. So I didn't know if that was a contractors that we're using, or is that internal?
We order those supplies, and so I wasn't aware that those bags aren't strong enough to hold the garbage, but that's something that I can look into and make sure that we're getting decent products.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I did have one other question. The central library conditions, I didn't really get what you said about that. How does that work? You said that there's some work orders in for patching and painting and the walls and damage, but it's a priority 2?
So general services, we have priorities. Priority 1 would be it's such as no air conditioning, no heat at the facility. At the fire departments, if they don't have any air conditioning in the bed hall, those are priority ones. You go to your priority twos that are non-life threatening, so that we address. We have a time frame that we address those. They go all the way up to a priority 4. So anything that's life threatening, no air, no heat. If you have lighting issues, those are work orders that we address within 24 hours or immediately. And we get those work orders from the library and all the divisions that we perform work orders for.
I was talking about the painting, the holes in the walls that I had mentioned last time, and the painting and the scuff and that type of thing that's on there it's been on there for a long time. What is the order or the time frame in which you handle priority 2s? If this is a priority 2.
So priority 1s are within 24 hours. Priority 2s are at 2 to 4 days.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a glitch if that
So,
one right there. So.
And what we're doing in general services, we have a system that we're using now that gives us how long all our work orders have been in the system. And what we're moving forward to do is we're going to look at those work orders daily, so we can get those work orders addressed efficiently if they've been in the system for more than 10 or 15 days.
Yes, ma'am. So I went over to Central Friday evening, so I know exactly what you're talking about. So we're gonna get together with our team and with Chris's team to make sure that we address those things right now.
It's not an HVAC system or life-threatening, but it is. It's our main library, and it looks.
It's an eyesore.
It only has those 3 main rooms down there, so those need to
Right.
always be. You can't have holes in them, and then upstairs in the meeting rooms as well. So thank you for.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate
We
it.
will.
Your back, Chair.
I was going to clarify real quickly too that the priority 2 on the central library conditions is referring to our list of prioritized locations. So we've got our 3 priority 1 locations that we're addressing this year, and then central library is priority 2, and it'll come next year is when we focus on central library.
Oh, that's a different list. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we have Swearingen Washington, followed by Warren, then Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The maintenance, the deferred maintenance on page 3, when it comes to the Cherokee Library, the painting and the lighting, is that inside and outside?
We do have painting needs on the inside and outside of that branch. Yes, ma'am.
What about the lighting?
The lighting, there's plenty of lighting needs there as well. The foyer, as you enter the library, is very dark and needs some additional lighting. We need lighting along the front sidewalk area that we're going to look at installing some additional lighting as well.
Okay, so that's inside and outside.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Also on page 4, when we're looking at the Parkway Village Library, it says a 2026 new construction project begins. And then it has FY to begin work, FY 35. Is it 35? Would that be the deferred maintenance? So when is that project going to start?
Yes, ma'am. The new Parkway Village project, we did receive $500,000 in CIP funding this year to start that project. And so the 35, fiscal year 35 is referring to when we do our refresh on the building. So we're planning that far out, knowing that if we build it over the next few years, by 2035, we'll cycle through that new location to do a refresh on that location with what we're talking about.
So if that starts at 2026, what's the projected year that work would be completed for that site?
For that site,
I just asked because we've been promising them for so many years. I'd like to be able
Understood. A lot of that is contingent upon the budget and what you all in the mayor places in the budget and allocates. So let's just say that we do have $500,000. I think there has to be some land acquisition design. So design takes anywhere 6 to 8 months, and then construction cycle is as long as maybe 24 months. I wouldn't give it that far out, but those are the factors and the stages that we have to. Make sure that we got adequate space. That's 1. Then 2, we have to design. That's 6 to 8 months, and then you have a construction cycle that may be upwards to 2 years. Typically, it's between 12 to 18 months. but you want to make sure that you have some flexibility in doing so. I think we ran a little bit longer in the Fraser Library build, and so that's why I mentioned it.
So maybe around 2028.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have Councilman Warren.
Thank you very much. I heard about the escalator replacement at Central Library. The thing I didn't hear was timing. And when are we starting with this, and when is it finished? And do you have funding for it now, or are you having to bring that back to us later?
No, sir. We have funding for the escalator and the elevator projects. The projects will be finished or are scheduled for completion in July of next year and October of next year.
July
order,
for elevators, October for escalators?
correct. Yes, sir. I mean, opposite. Yes, sir. And the proposals have been turned in for parts to be ordered, so they should be in production and scheduled to start in December, and when the production parts make it in.
So this December, we're starting the work on it, or?
No.
So when the fabrication of the equipment is completed, it will be probably closer to February when we get everything in for the escalators. So it'll be after February when we'll actually start the construction. It's about a 3-month process.
How many working elevators do we have there now?
All of the elevators are working, aren't they?
Two?
All
Two out of two?
No, you got in the front area. Those 2 are working, number 1 and number 2 elevators, but the other 3 are working. It's 5 total.
Yeah, the staff elevators are working as well.
Yeah.
So we have 5 working at this point?
Yeah, all elevators are working.
Are they working today, but occasionally they're not working? Is that what's going on?
We have had situations, I believe last week, one was down for a short period of time. But-
What's their make? What's the make of those elevators? Are they different makes? Are they Otis or I mean, what sort of do we
These
know?
are Montgomery elevators.
Montgomery?
Montgomery.
Montgomery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right. Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Did we move this resolution at the beginning? Did I miss that? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll hear from Councilwoman Easter Thomas. You have the floor. Okay, moving on, we have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for bringing this more detailed. This was also Councilwoman Shanika White in her absence. And we just wanted to know just a little bit more what it looks like. And this is what we were expecting. And this gives us more insight on what's happening. And I hope that in the near future that there is a routine maintenance plan that's in place continuously. Since I've been here, 1 year, 11 months, and 4 days, I know that our maintenance plan and our infrastructure has not been up to par due to budgeting and different other matters that come before this body. However, having a routine maintenance plan in place, and until we get that, in big cities, at a big city where I grew up in and everything, pressure washing the buildings around this city would enhance, and the presentation would look a little bit better. And so I hope that could be a suggestion, and maybe it is happening. But, frequently when we look at our buildings and I see, that we're gonna paint, Vice Chair asked about the painting and was very specific about the inside, and then you did address that it will be inside and outside. But pressure washing on a maintenance schedule can enhance the presentation of our city and our city buildings and where our community goes, because if it looks good, it makes our community and our constituents feel better. But if and I'm just saying, just living here and just seeing what the maintenance has been looking like, we need to make sure that we have a maintenance on existing infrastructure and our present.
So currently, property maintenance has a contract with a vendor that goes around and changes the filters on the HVAC units, and they're doing that quarterly. We also have our own in-house BMM teams that go around and do other maintenance to the HVAC units as well. What we're planning on doing for FY27 is adding 3 staff to go around and address issues such as pressure washing roof drains, pressure washing the building. So that's going to help with the beautification of our facilities.
Well, thank you, and I know Vice Chair is very pleased with that because presentation is very important to her and to this body of women that you mostly have. And so, thank you so much. I appreciate it, and thank you for this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, I will ask Chief Adams, are we finished with item 2? We can move on to 4? Do we have anything else on 2?
Actually, I think we addressed 1, 2, and 4.
Okay, so,
He did,
so do we have anything else?
no, ma'am. There's nothing else for us to submit.
Okay, nothing else. Okay. Okay, well, we need to vote on number 1. All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Okay, the ayes have it. This passes. Now we have item 3, which is a discussion on small spaces, big ideas. I love that name. Small spaces, big ideas. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman, you are recognized and you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. As our speakers make their way to the table and mic, they'll tell you about themselves briefly and what we're just sharing with the council this morning, what we had the liberty to do. You are looking at the Andre Jones and then also Ms. Verushka, who are current pillars in the Uptown community. So small spaces, big ideas, Mr. Jones and Verushka will go through that. But not knowing if you all recall, and I wish she was here to help us all remember, when Councilwoman White had put forth a resolution that included the last and final allocation of some ARPA monies that went to various organizations that we all were able to put an input on and choose. Y'all remember that? And it was last minute, same day, we put it down, same 9 minutes? Okay. And so my choice was to ask her to send money to the Black Chamber of Memphis. And with the Black Chamber of Memphis, Jones Urban Development, and Maine Wildling, we were able to come up with small spaces, big ideas, which I will let these two go into that. And our hope is that with piloting this, we didn't just give the money, but we wanted it to be intentional in its use and how we cultivate Black economy, local economy, and the thriving things going on in our community. So I will give it to Mr. Jones for you all to go in. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, there we go. All right. Way to start our morning. Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Andre Jones. I am a co-owner of Jones Urban Development, a company that focuses on small-scale real estate development and general contracting with the aspirations of revitalizing the walkable neighborhoods around the core of downtown. For the past few years, Memphis has been
Pardon me, sir. Pardon me. Can we get your address for the record, please?
Andre Jones, 606 North Main Street, Suite 102, Memphis, Tennessee, 38105.
Thank you. You may continue.
Okay. For the past few years, Memphis has been thinking small. Yes, in this context, small is good. The city has been working to reduce complexity of building small. Of course, we still need larger catalytic projects, but in many cases, small scale, once stitched together, create community, opportunities for local entrepreneurs and vibrancy. So to that end, I would like to thank Councilwoman Michael and Easter Thomas, the Black Chamber of Memphis, for awarding the inaugural Small Spaces, Big Ideas grant to the Malone Park Commons community in Greenlaw. The purpose of this grant is to show how small spaces can foster creativity, vibrancy, flexibility, and create long-term value for a community and launch ideas that can spread. Now I'd like to introduce the beneficiary of this year's Small Spaces Big Ideas grant, Verushka Wilson, owner of the Maine Wildling Floral Cafe.
Good morning. I'm Verushka Wilson. I own a floral concept studio. My address is 606 Suite 101, Memphis, Tennessee, 38105. And I say concept because we do floral design, event planning, but also micro events that have a through line of florals, and we sell small batch goods. So the idea is to create a space that not only provides a service of florals with products that you can purchase, but some space that also fosters community. We do a build your own bouquet bar every other Friday where different people can come in and design florals on their own. So there's an educational component to floral design as well that we don't readily see within our community, that I've been able to bring to Uptown by way of Andre, and of course now with the grant that you all are offering me through Councilwoman Dr. Michael and Easter Thomas, I'll be there through spring. And I think it's vital because we are a 600 square foot, small footprint space that allows so many different walks of life, so many different ideas. We've had meetings held there, we've had celebrations held there that go well beyond florals. That I would love to see continue to grow in Uptown as we continue to develop that area. So thank you. And come see us. All the ladies that need flowers for harvest, our harvest collection just went live. I'm happy to give each of you 10% off for your holiday centerpieces.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you. And men can buy flowers too.
Men can buy flowers.
You should.
Absolutely.
just a little bit of advice. So there, we did have some photos, but we can just email those out. Also, if you're trying to get a mental geographic space, if you know where our lovely member Mrs. Hayes' studio is, you keep going west, you'll run into Main Wildlife, which is in the same area, which is all developed by under Malone Park Commons and Jones Development. So we just wanted to let you all know that it's the gift that keeps on giving, what Councilwoman White was able to do. And hopefully we can have this piloted and see what the impact was of just being able to alleviate the burden of something as simple as a lease, to see how much we can really incubate and help our small businesses thrive in our city. And hopefully we'll be able to find the funds, let this on record, find the funds to keep this going. Oh, see, Adams, you put your head up? Okay. Yeah. Okay, just asking. And that's all, Chair. Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. Also, on Thursday, we're just making an announcement with the Black Chamber of Memphis. So everyone's invited for that specific announcement. Thank you, Chair.
All right, are there any other questions or comments?
We're going to make sure that Mr. Ford gets that.
Yeah, reason why what you're doing, I used to be the florist business myself. I did design and what you.
I know you still do.
I don't like flowers anymore.
Oh.
About 20-something years ago. Yeah, never made a dime off of it. They got out here and said, hey, they wanted to give it to them. Yeah, and then especially during Valentine's Day and all those others.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's where you been.
It's a hard thing.
It is.
Okay? It really is. Because, hey, especially you don't want no friends. Friends mess you up.
I know, sometimes family too.
Yep, and then, well, you know, family, friends, churches, all the rest of the stuff, okay? And I got to say churches because I got about 5 churches owe me over $40,000 fees.
Walker.
Hey, that's why I don't miss it at all. But hey, you keep it up. Like you said, you will lose all your friends and all the rest of them, and then hey, you'll be okay. Yeah, but I like the concept that you said on Friday, you let them
Every other
design.
Friday.
You know, we used to go to different designs, and I never would buy nothing. I'd look at them and I'd make it myself.
Yeah, it's artistry.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah, but hey, you go to all those different things, and people will buy them, you know, to sell again. But I don't know. Let me go and get it. I can make it too. Yeah. So I admire you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Come see us.
But it's a hard job.
It is.
And a lot of people think, hey, with fingers and all the rest, when you're trying to make all these different things, it makes a difference. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yes, I wanted to add that, hold on. Yes, I just wanted to add that I have one of my girlfriends is a floral designer for Kroger, and floral designing has become quite a thing these days. And also, finally, we're going to hear from Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and this will be our final comment. Thank you.
Well, Councilman Ford touched on it a little bit about the educational part. And so you said it's on Fridays?
It's so in summer and spring, it was every other Friday. We do have a series of workshops that are on our website for the holidays. However, with the cooler temperatures, it's a lot difficult to have like people outside because it was quite beautiful during the spring and summer because we had patio chairs and just the convening with cooler temperatures and then florals where we may have one more. It's called the main hour, where we have a DJ, sometimes a food truck, cocktails, and people can come and build their own bouquets. We recently did one in partnership with Arrive Hotel. However, for the winter season, there are a series of workshops that are available that still have that same educational component. It's just not as simplified as coming in and picking your own stems.
Are you, have you, and I'm not sure because this is the first time I've ever heard of you before, and this is amazing because I love flowers. Every Friday I get flowers. Okay. And I love beautiful flowers.
Where do you get your flowers from?
My husband gets them, and he just knows that's what he's better do.
Okay.
And that's just that. And if I have to go buy them, I need my money back. If I see something that I like.
I understand that.
So
I would encourage you to check out our
I will,
designs.
and
Come by.
encourage
Come
my
Thursday.
own self to come by.
Yes, Thursday would be a good time.
Thursdays. And what I would like to know is how do you, or in the future, plan to engage students? Do you have a program or with the Memphis Shelby County Schools that we can broaden our children's mindset and their horizon? Because flowers are beautiful. You got fall, winter, spring, you have that. But have you partnered? And the grant use, could you tell me specifically how you use the grant monies?
So the grant monies was awarded to cover the cost of rent. So therefore, my overhead, when I pay myself, I still take that out to cover the cost of what my rent will be, when it becomes a full brick and mortar. I did partner with an internship program this summer that was, the name is escaping me, but it's through the city of Memphis. Sarah, no, it's, they're in Crosstown. It's literally on the tip of my tongue. But they equip young adults who maybe did not take the college course with real life work experience. Yes, the collective. And so I had an intern awarded through that program. I've not yet tapped into Memphis Shelby County Schools. I would love that. I would love that because I think that there are some notions around floral design. People say, how lucky are you that you get to play with flowers all day? And that is not.
That's not true.
It's math. It is public relations. It's your soft skills dealing with people because it's also artistry.
Yes.
And what I produce for you, you may not necessarily love if you love traditional floral design. And so I do think there are nuances within entrepreneurship and floral design that we can teach our children because the college route is not necessarily going to be the way for everyone. I do think we should get back to trades. That's just my own personal opinion and having a skill. So I welcome the opportunity to partner with Memphis Shelby County Schools.
I was just wondering if that was an option because we have to tap into certain things.
Absolutely.
In this day and time and where we are to give our children more options.
Absolutely.
And we have to plant the seed first.
For sure.
And then someone comes and water them.
For sure.
And then God gives the increase.
Absolutely.
And so if the seed is never planted and there's never an opportunity that's brought to them, how would they know that they love flowers or just kind of stir up the little gifts that's inside of our little ones?
Absolutely.
So thank you for that. And you'll see me.
I hope to.
You will, especially on Thursday, since you say Thursday is
well,
the day.
this Thursday,
This
we're
Thursday?
doing the announcement of the Small Spaces, Big Ideas. However, whatever day works with your schedule.
Thank you.
I live there. I am a true testament of being committed to Uptown. I live in Uptown. I work in Uptown. I work. live.
So hopefully we'll get the presentation sent to us since you were not able, as
Absolutely.
Councilman Ford did mention.
Absolutely.
I'm visual, I like to see. So hopefully we would get that presentation sent to us. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, we're running a little behind, so I want to get us started. Good morning, colleagues. Today is November 4th. It is 9:40. That clock in the back needs to be changed. I hereby call the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Golden, can you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Chair Green.
Present. All right. Item number 1 is a resolution to approve $167,545.46. That's very exact in FY 2026 CIP funding for the Downtown Command Center, project number IT 01008, District 6 and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Move it.
Thank you. Moved by JSW, seconded by Councilman Warren. Who from the administration will be speaking on this item?
Mary Claire Boris, Executive Senior Project Manager, 125 North Main. These were some of the final expenses, some additional add-on items, some additional safety elements that came up as we were wrapping up the Downtown Command Center. And so they caused us to just go ever so slightly over our budget. But these were all, necessary and critical items. And so this amount of funds will allow us, which was already allocated in the CIP budget, this will allow us to complete phase 1 and pay off all the remaining vendors.
Can you give us a more specific breakdown? We talked, that was really high level in general, so we're going over budget and existing vendors, so maybe if you could just give us a few more specifics.
So what we'll do is we'll make sure that you get a specific cost breakdown as we move forward. Again, this is an item that we didn't have additional items. We just had items that were cost overruns. And we had maybe 1 or 2 items that we had to think about on the back end that fortified the building itself. So we'll bring that to you so that you'll have a specific cost listing. One of the things that we are trying to do, as Ms. Boyers mentioned, is to pay the vendors off, and this is a part of the construction. So we'll bring that to you.
So the request is for same night minutes. Will you have it by this
I will have it
afternoon?
this evening.
Yeah, we have it
We'll have
already prepared. I thought it had been passed on to you, but we do have it. A lot of it was things that the fire marshal brought up during final inspection.
I'd like to note for the record, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Easter Walker have, Councilman Coral Eva Walker. I like it. Have joined us. Are there any members in the queue? No? Oh, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you look like you might be coming into the queue. You have that face. All right.
Kind of puzzled. What we were. Could you kind of refresh me, because we don't have a presentation. I think that was one of the things that you indicated. Am I right, Chair?
Yes, and that's why I asked for them to give us a specific cost breakdown of this 167,000, and they said they would bring that before we come for the vote this afternoon.
Okay.
Certainly, if you can get it to us by executive,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
So this is for the brand new command center?
This is.
So this is already allocated?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure, because this is brand new. So this is money that's already been allocated.
These are additional expenses that were not in the original budget. That's why I asked for what the overrun was.
So you overspent?
We had some cost overruns, that's
Okay.
correct.
All right. Just to be honest, I wasn't paying attention, talking to Dr. Warren. He did this to me like in a
All
classroom.
right, there it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your honesty, Councilwoman. It happens to the best of us. All right, is there anyone else in the queue?
You have it there on the screen.
Great, thank you. No one else in the queue? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. This item will go down with same night minutes. Item number 2, the finding conditions necessary for the community redevelopment in the Cleveland Street corridor area and amending of the community redevelopment plan for the Cleveland Street corridor area, districts 5, 6, and 7, super district 8 and 9, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. May I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Spinoza, and seconded by Warren. Who from the administration will be here to speak on this item?
Good morning, everyone. Jordan McKenzie, CRA staff, 850 North Manassas. So again, good morning, everyone. We are here to present an amendment to the Cleveland Street corridor TIF. It encompasses about 10 parcels on the east side of Watkins, right across the street from Crosstown. It encompasses parcels from Galloway to Overton Park. Again, it's 10 parcels, and they are being added to the Cleveland Street corridor, and the applicant will present the item further here.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Todd Richardson, 1350 Concourse Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104. Apologize for taking up y'all's valuable time with this. Basically, as you can see, if we go to the next slide, and even the next one, yeah. So in the right across the street from Crosstown Concourse, you see in the kind of the darker gray where it kind of loops there on the east side of North Watkins. We thought these parcels were included in the original map, and all the iterations of the maps that you get going through the TIF district. We thought that red line when it went down Watkins included both sides of the street, and it does not. And so this is just an amendment that includes those 10 parcels. Nothing has changed about the TIF district other than this. It's just in order to include these 10 parcels, we got to go back through the process for the amendment.
All right, Councilman Warren.
Yes, I'm pretty familiar with this area, and it makes perfect sense that this should be involved in the rehab. Otherwise, we're going to have rehab and the part right across the street still not doing what it needs to do as far as community investment and what it could do to make that business area pop. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Cooper
Yeah,
Sutton.
did you all include the community? Because the last time, make sure that you include them, because the last time social media they were fired up because they were not included, and we don't want any negative input right now because we're trying to move forward. So make sure that that community knows what has happened. It was an oversight and overlooked, and to make sure that they are still a part of this plan and this project.
Well, even better, we thought this was included, and so they've
Wow.
already been
Okay,
notified. So they were part of the whole process from the beginning. It's our fault. It's just a mistake. And
We
so
make them, don't we?
Yeah.
Hello. Okay.
Thank you. Councilman, I want to note Councilman Ford has joined us and Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Not sure if the team had asked for same 9 minutes.
We could. That would
Okay.
be great.
So this was supposed to be on committee last council meeting. It was held up by legal, and so knowing that we only have 3 council meetings left of the year, and this is the ordinance and needs 3 readings. Is it an ordinance? Yeah, and we need 3 readings. I would just ask for same 9 minutes on items 2,
Can we do
3,
that without objection?
and 4 without objection.
All right, no objection
Thank you,
seen, so
Chair.
we'll make those all same night minutes. Back to item 2, are there any other council members in the queue? All right. Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote on item number 2. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. This will go down tonight. Favorable recommendation, same night minutes. Item number 3 is a joint ordinance of the City of Memphis and County of Shelby County, Tennessee, enacted pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Act of 1988 and the Uniformity in Tax Increment Financing Act of 2012, providing for the amendment of the Cleveland Street Corridor Redevelopment Trust Fund, Districts 5, 6, and 7, Super Districts 8 and 9, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. We have a move by Councilman Smiley, seconded by JSW. Who from the administration will be speaking on the item?
Jordan McKenzie again, CRA staff, 850 North Manassas. This is the ordinance portion that Dr. Easter Thomas just spoke of, so it's in conjunction with the resolution.
Are there any council members in the queue? All right, seeing none, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. It's the opinion of chair. The ayes have it, and this will go down with same night minutes. Item number 4 is an update on the Cleveland Street Corridor TIF, Districts 5, 6, and 7, Super Districts 8 and 9, requested by the administration. It's just an update.
Maybe
Simmer
that should have
down.
been item number 1.
Yeah, are there any further updates? Oh, look, they've changed the clock in the back. That's the best update. Thank you, team. Now we're not gonna be confused all day. All right, so nothing further on item number 4. All right. With that, we'll close the committee. Thank you.
Councilman Spinoza? Councilwoman Walker? Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilwoman Green?
Ish.
Councilman Warren? Chair Smiley?
All right, we have, it appears we have 4 items on the agenda, but item number 1 has been removed. So we're gonna get to item number 2. Resolution approving the permanent easement and acquisition of 4 properties located in Greater Whitehaven Garden Subdivision for the use and benefit of the Public Works Division, Memphis Stormwater Quantity and Quality Project MSQ2, District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion? Moved by Ford, seconded by JSW. Floor is yours, Director.
Thank you, Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. So this is a resolution to acquire 4 permanent easements through the condemnation process in the Whitehaven Garden Subdivision. So this is an existing concrete channel line ditch that is used for drainage. That's part of our drainage infrastructure. When it was constructed, no easement was obtained. And now currently this drainage structure goes through 28 properties, and we need to repair this concrete channel line ditch, and we've obtained 24 out of the 28 properties. And these are the last 4. We've been negotiating easements for over two and a half years.
How much are we paying? Mr. Osborne, question? He looks eager to speak.
Carlton Osborne, 125 North Main. So at this point, we have not paid any of the other property owners for the easements. So at this time, we're not proposing any compensation for these because this is benefiting the public and stopping some of the flooding in the area.
I get it. No, free 99. All right. Any questions by this body? All right, appears all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Item number 3, the resolution. This resolution is an additive change order to amend the stormwater FY26 CIP budget by transferring appropriation of funds in the amount of $394,520 for drainage ST cover line project number ST03205 to Soji Town Road Drain Improv project number ST03228 due to the additional funding resource EPA WIFA loan established for the installation of pipes along South Germantown Road, District 2, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by JSW, seconded by who? Seconded by Ford. Floor is yours, directors.
Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. Yeah, this is a project that was identified and previously approved by council. And the project was South Germantown Road improvements. It's about 600 feet of reinforced concrete pipe to be installed for drainage along the roadway. And it was originally identified to use the funding source of stormwater bonds. And we want to switch that with the WIFIA loan that was accepted by council about a year and a half ago. We want to use the funding source WIFIA instead of stormwater bonds. So we're just switching funding sources.
All right, peers. Any questions? All right, y'all don't want to talk to us today. That's good.
Mr. Chairman, one point of clarification on the agenda. You called out ST03228. The 8 should be dropped. It's ST03227.
Okay. Shut up. Attention to detail.
Trying to keep it clean.
Yeah. All right. Absolutely. Good job. So you heard it. So it's item number 3. Just go read it again. This resolution is the additive change order to amend the stormwater FY26 CIP project by transfer appropriation of funds in the amount of $394,520 for drainage C cover line project number ST03205 to SOG Town Road Drainage Improv project number ST03227 due to the additional funding resource EPA WIFIA loan established for the installation of pipes along South Germantown Road, District 2, Super District 8, Super District 9. All right. All those in favor? Aye. All right. It's opinion of the church. The ayes have it. All right, so item number 4. This item was requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan is not here. Councilwoman Logan? Do we, okay. All right, I'm gonna call it, and if nothing happens, nothing happens. Item number 4 is an update from Law Division on allocation and appropriation of ARPA interest revenue. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Logan. This is an update. Is anyone here from the Law Division? You're from Law Division? Oh, okay. Shout out to that. All right. Talk to us. And I wish Councilwoman Logan, you've requested, because I'm going to get Councilwoman Logan, she requested this item multiple times. However, if she's late, she just say, talk to us. Let us know what's going on. Name, address, title for the record. Yeah, address is City Hall, but name, address, and title.
Lonnie Lester, Blight Litigation Manager and Lead Prosecutor for the city, 170 North Main.
Okay. There we go. All right. Hate to cut you off, Ms. Lester, but I know Councilwoman Logan, who's always inquisitive, is eager to talk. So the floor is yours. Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming. This is just a continuation of the monthly update that we've requested regarding the $990,000 that we allocated for this expansion so that we can address blight and receivership and all those things to help clean up our neighborhoods and get some of these small emerging entrepreneurs or developers to working on some of these projects. And forgive me, I have been running all around in the back. But so go ahead, I'm excited to hear from you all and just want to keep this going. Sometimes I know there's so many things that come that move us from the projects that we're working on, but we want to make sure that we're all working together to make this happen. So thank you for being here.
Absolutely. So a lot of what we're doing is in the administrative stages. We have increased our outside counsel to expand coverage of the Neighborhood Preservation Act cases. There are currently 1,300 Neighborhood Preservation Act cases that are being split between the internal city prosecutors, outside legal counsel, and the law school. We are also in the process of hiring 2 additional blight prosecutors at an increased salary of $93K. I want to point out that the increase is important to not only meet the obligations that we've already committed to, but also to attract and retain talent in terms of prosecuting these cases, which can be somewhat nuanced and a little bit complicated in terms of using them in our overall blight remediation strategy. We're also in talks to create an internship program that would be open to all college students here in the city of Memphis. We want to recruit broadly, but the goal would be to have about 5 students a semester paying about $20 an hour and have them focused on blight efforts here in the city. We're thinking through ways to even expand that internship and perhaps partner with the law school so that we can get those students, in a pipeline to retain talent here in the city, especially on efforts like blight remediation. We are also looking at the cost of funding an administrative person to handle the indigency program that we've discussed with the environmental court and to make sure that the money is going to the most needy of our residents to avoid any kind of undue burden or additional burden in terms of private residential homeowners and the need to maintain their property to community standards.
Okay, are we still looking at providing support for each district via an attorney or law firm, or how is that coming and what are you all moving towards regarding that?
So we've already allocated attorneys for council districts. So our assigned blight litigators have an assigned city council district that they're responsible for prosecuting the cases in. And that's Neighborhood Preservation Act cases.
Okay, and do they have enough support to make sure those dockets are correct and what they need to be to get the case mitigated?
Absolutely. Well, I will add that we are looking to increase our administrative support internally just to make sure that those cases are moving forward. Part of the benefit of engaging outside counsel is that they're already ready to go. And so for those council districts that are assigned to our outside counsel, they have the administrative support that they need built into those law firms, and those cases are moving along precipitously.
Are the district representatives or attorneys going to connect with the council member in that area to just kind of, get an understanding of their approach to what they're doing in that district?
Absolutely. We have an idea of establishing a relationship between the prosecutors and the council representatives. Right now, we're still doing a little bit of onboarding, but they have assumed the districts and the cases that have been pending in those districts. And with regard to future litigation, we'd like to establish just an open line of communication, not only to update on the cases that have been pending, but make sure that we're targeting the cases or the properties rather that are important to that district and are perhaps being a resource drain in that area.
I would love to see that happen sooner than later.
Absolutely.
So we can all work together and, really target those areas that are egregious in the community. Okay, well, I appreciate that. So it seems to be moving along and you're actually able to allocate those dollars to some specific things that will enhance that project. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Any other members wishing to talk to Ms. Lester from the Law Division? All right, well, thank you so much. And we are adjourned.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get going here. Jonathan, we live? We ready to go?
Absolutely.
Whew. All right, here we go.
But we don't do that.
Good morning. It is November 4th, Tuesday, and it is 10:40 a.m. And I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Marisa, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green, Councilman Spinoza, Councilman Ford Sr., Councilwoman Walker,
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
I think I'm
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren,
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton,
Present.
Chair Carlisle.
The chair is present and observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on today's agenda. Thank you for your patience as we worked with the committee schedule this week. Item number 1, an ordinance to amend ordinance number 5595, Title 5, Chapter 40 of the Memphis Municipal Code to renew the Memphis Tourism Improvement District, all council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request to add on to tonight's consent agenda for first reading, which is customary. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Walker. Is there someone from the administration that's going to speak on this item? Or I see Mr. Kane there. Who is taking this up for the admin? And please let the record show that Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas is present.
Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. I'm here representing the administration. We request that we move forward with the ordinance as written to renew the Memphis Tourism Improvement District. If there's any additional finance-related items, we can get Chief Person to kind of help us update that as we move forward before we come back or either an executive.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Wait, we're on. I'm sorry, from Memphis Tourism?
Tourism.
Yes, sorry. Mr. Kane, my colleague would like to know if Memphis Tourism would take any questions or have any feedback on the fee. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, thank you so much. You talk about, I guess let me do this. How about this? Since you have so much institutional knowledge, would you mind giving a brief overview, and I know you can do it relatively, would you mind giving the council some context and overview about the fee, what it goes towards, why it's important, how it, if you don't mind, and your name and title for the record, please, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Kevin Kane, 5079 Berry Road, Memphis, Tennessee. The Tourism Improvement District was formed 10 years ago as a replacement for the previous 1.7% of city hotel lodging tax that went to Memphis Tourism for marketing the destination. 10 years ago, that all of the hotel motel bed tax was shifted towards supporting debt on the FedEx Forum bonds, the previous bonds, and the industry took advantage of a kind of a seabid within the city of Memphis that is done in many jurisdictions around the country, where hotels assess themselves and direct the funds to the local Convention and Visitors Bureau to promote to the benefit of hotels. So a $2 surcharge per room sold was enacted at that time as an assessment on hotels to themselves. Of course, it does have to take city approval. It is not a tax. It is an assessment. The reason why it's $2 and not 1% or 2% because the hotel industry wanted it to be very defined on what it could generate, and they didn't want it to necessarily grow exponentially as inflation would go up. It would just basically be a set fee. Councilman Warren just asked me before this meeting, why would we not ask for more money so we could market the city more? That's because the city hotels do not want to burden any more of a liability on them since they're assessing themselves. And recently, as you know, earlier this year, Chairman, The city hotel motel bed tax was maxed out at 4%, once again, to provide more funding for improvements to the FedEx Forum. So that's kind of the history of it.
If I could ask you just a clarifying question, when you say maxed out, what are you saying statutorily from the state?
The hotel motel tax statewide is maxed out at 8%, and Memphis and Shelby County was grandfathered in to allow it to go to 4% and 5%, which basically we exceed the state cap. We were grandfathered in, and that's why it cannot be risen anymore per state law.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Councilman Logan, the floor is still yours.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kane. I want to make sure that when we have these discussions in public, that they're able to grasp and, kind of understand what we're talking about, especially when talk about these kind of fees and all that. But I do want to know, in the time in which we live, the climate, with all the technology that we have, how we're utilizing those funds to market Memphis, the hotels in Memphis. We have new boutique hotels, all different types of hotels and things like that. So if you could share with us or send us some information on how we're doing and how that's helping, those funds are helping to promote Memphis and our hotels, I would greatly appreciate that as well.
Absolutely, Councilwoman. We do an annual report, and we also do a breakdown of where TID money is provided to us. Also, there's a report that goes to and is approved by the Hotel Lodging Association to make sure it coincides with what their desires are.
And it shows how we're using maybe the new technology, AI,
Yes,
and different things to promote it.
absolutely.
Great, wonderful. I'd love to get that. Thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Green, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And this is, $10, 10 years in the past, 10 years in the future. So no fee change over 20 years. And everything's more expensive. So I hear what you said about they don't want to take on any more as hotels. But marketing will continue to grow at the rate of inflation. That's just how it works. How much did this raise, let's say, last year? Do you know?
It was $4.5 million.
And you've mentioned that report. I agree with Councilwoman Logan. If we could get a report to see how that was spent. In our last year, is this assessed on rooms that are booked or rooms that they have?
Rooms that are sold. So it is introspective if a hotel closes or if if we add a hotel. Now our Airbnbs do also pay the $2 fee on Airbnbs. And so it's just basically on rooms sold.
Are we seeing sales up or down?
Down.
And by what percentage would you say?
I'd say we're down 10%.
Has that increased with the Memphis Safe Task Force or improved?
The month of October was one of the better months we've had all year. We have found, especially in downtown, since the arrival of the additional resources that are kind of combating some of the challenges that we've been having, we've seen an increase in business, and especially in the downtown area. That had, quite honestly, had taken the most severe beating since COVID. Downtown has been the hardest hit.
That's good news. Do you know what a percent increase we saw in the month of October?
We do not know. We only know anecdotally from people we're talking to. We will not get those final reports for a few more days since the month just ended.
Yeah, that would be great if you could update the council.
Absolutely.
I'd appreciate that. My one last note on this, Chair, is I'm, again, not trying to be territorial. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not being avoided. But I chair the Economic Development and Tourism Committee, and this feels very much like economic development and tourism. And so I'm not sure how it got placed in budget as opposed to mine. Maybe there is something moving forward as we, reevaluate the next year in our procedures to make sure that, because this seems to be a repeated pattern. I don't know if I'm being avoided by the administration or if there's something we need to do on our staff side. But if we are talking about taxes around tourism, it seems like it should end up in my committee. So I just leave that there for you and future leadership. Thank you.
Councilwoman, I appreciate that, and I will apologize because as chair, at least of this committee, I should have been more attuned to that and caught that myself and sent it your way, and I apologize for the oversight. So I owe you an apology there, and I hear you going forward, and that's a very good point. Do any other members have questions or comments? Just to remind everybody, this is an ordinance. This will go down for first reading on consent. It will have its third reading in due time and follow the ordinary course of business. And then if should members, your constituents want to come down and speak on it, the time would be at third reading. With that being said, I'll move this to the floor for a vote. All those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, all same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is an aye as well. This goes down with the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, Mr. Kane. Let's go lock down those Grizzlies.
Get to work.
All right. Item number 2, a resolution to establish and fund the Memphis Emergency Meal Provision and Housing Interim Services Forgivable Loan Fund, Memphis Fund, to provide immediate local relief in response to the 2025 federal government shutdown. All council districts, sponsored by council members Carlisle, Smiley, and White. There is a request for statement of minutes. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by Smiley, seconded by JSW. Councilman Smiley, you are recognized.
All right, thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Could you also read item number 3?
Oh, yes. Well, I needed to take it up.
Yeah.
But
read it specifically for this purpose.
Okay.
For what I'm about to
So
say.
item number 3 will be a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Oh, okay.
Okay, so this, I thought, never mind, don't worry about it. That wasn't what I was trying to get done. My apologies. Okay. All right, so originally there was a resolution specifically, let me see it. Originally there was a resolution to allocate $250,000 to provide relief for families impacted by federal government shutdown and, having minimized SNAP benefits. A lot of you all agreed to sponsor it. I think the goal of this body has to always be to find ways to support people. And I think the newly amended resolution that includes the supporting people, families impacted by the federal shutdown, and also the forgivable loan program puts us in a better position to support more people. 260,000 is great, but if we can find funding to get us closer to $2 million, I think we're supporting more people, particularly during these difficult times with the federal shutdown and SNAP benefits being abridged. So I'm gonna support, obviously I'm a sponsor, I'm gonna support this forgivable loan program in addition to the provision of it that talks about MLGW citizens assistance. So that's all.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. I've got Councilman Ford, Dr. Easter Thomas in the queue. Councilman Ford.
Okay, well, you're looking at $2 million.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to take it up to 2.5.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So there's an amendment on the floor. Oh, sorry, Councilman, go ahead.
Yeah, 2.5, because I think with Easter Thomas, you can talk about hers. It may, that 5 may help out too. Because first of all, the government gone right now. They ain't planning on coming back right this minute. They got their plans, okay? And that's the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. So, hey, it's a situation that we are going through. I'm going to come back later today on our situation with this city, upstairs and downstairs. You know, a lot of y'all might get mad at me after this afternoon, but that's okay. They got mad at Jesus. Okay? But I don't care, you know, because I can keep trying to tell folks, and folks may think I'm joking. I'm here day by day. I could get my full retirement, everything else, full pension from this place. Y'all can't get it. You know, one of the council members messed that up. Y'all should have. But he didn't care about the ones coming in. But it happened, okay? Yeah. Years ago, that happened, you know, before Councilwoman Robinson, she tried to kind of help this, that, and the other, because this is a part-time job, but it's really a full-time job if you do what you're supposed to do in helping people. You know, that's why I said some may get angry with me later because I'm kind of concerned with upstairs and downstairs for this coming year and what's going on right now with Trump's administration, okay? Because we don't know what we may wake up and see tomorrow. But we got to protect ourselves, and I think right now we're doing pretty good. We are together. So you know what, y'all, we're a good body. Yeah, and I love all y'all. That's why when later on, hey, don't get mad at me. Just love me more.
We love you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So, colleagues, I have a motion on the floor from the member from District 6 to move the amount of this fund from 2 point. There's now been seconded by Smiley. The amendment to move the fund amount from $2 million to $2.5 million is on the floor. I need to recognize Dr. Easter Thomas, and it's outside of the amendment because she was in the queue, and I want to do that, but then I need to walk through, since the amendment's on the floor, I want to walk through the document more specifically. Dr. Easter Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. In the sense of not wanting anything duplicated, I'm going to remove number 3, but I had some questions about the resolution. Can I go ahead with those?
Would you mind if I walk through it holistically and then recognize you first up in the queue?
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, colleagues, I started working on the fund about a week and a half ago in my head. And the thing that and I'm sorry, I don't have any prepared words, so y'all may have to bear with me. And it's okay if you just look down at me and say you're rambling.
I'm right here beside.
So here's the thing. In my time here, and in our time here, this city has gone from one fire hose to another, drinking out of it. And there is always an emergency, and I recognize that. And this body has always risen to the challenge to try and meet the need of the community at each and every time that test has come. And the resiliency has been incredible, and I'm always in awe of that. But y'all know that I've got a fiscal mind, and I just want to make sure that the city's protected when it tries to do the right thing, but allow us the flexibility and opportunity to have what I'd call a two-way partnership. So what this fund will do is establish a standing fund to provide emergency meal provision and housing interim services should these situations arise in the future. I want to be clear that it is somewhat duplicative. I see some former players in the audience of some of the Strickland administration's funds during COVID times. The situation is dire for most people. And I know that I'm saying that with my background, and I'm not impacted like others, but I'm a human being and I have empathy and I understand. And so we're here to do the work and trying to help those people. So this fund establishes a fund to make the Community Foundation a fiscal agent. The partners are stipulated as the MIFA Hospitality Hub, the Community Alliance for Homeless, the Mid-South Food Bank, and Feed the Needy. The reason for that is other members had proposed them, and they are partners to which we have ongoing contracts with and do ongoing business. I know and understand, having served on this body, that there are smaller, more nimble groups. This document does allow for sub-grants. So Community Alliance for the Homeless is a unique one, right? Like the United Way and the Mayor's program can do sub-granting. We have learned the administrative process of doing smaller grants, and the burden of that can be very problematic, especially with oversight and the ability to get paid back. We have been through some very difficult financial times. We hopefully have a sunrise on the horizon. So I wrote this document with the help of staff in order to try and put as much transparency and guardrails and guidelines to say, we want to give you this money, but we want to make sure that you understand what's accepted. So here's how it's going to work as it is being proposed. It's a team sport here. As it is being proposed, it's a 0% interest loan, so there's no interest rate on it. It's got a term of 5 years, which you're like, why 5 years? The CFO asked me that question. Most commercial loans size up around 3 to 5 years on their term. The loan payment is deferred for the first calendar year of acceptance of the fund, so they don't owe the city anything. They have to start paying the money back over a 5-year period, but really over a 4-year period after the first 12 months. They are required in the document to provide reporting. So what this really is as Councilman Ford said, this is an acute emergency relief fund to supplement federal funding that has not come to these organizations. They are required to provide notice in this document and under their contract to the city council attorney and the city's chief legal officer upon receipt of that within 48 hours of that funding. And you're like, well, what if they don't? Well, that's tough to be a really good partner down the road and come ask for more money. They would forfeit. We could put a series of things in there that if you wanted to make the document tougher, you could. I don't have it in there because they are our partners, but the city can't just grant money away, both on a financial basis right now, and I think on a finance basis, meaning while the bond underwriters may not see it as a credit-worthy loan to feed the needy, it is still a loan nonetheless on our books, and we get to book that as an asset. That cash, at least for an accounting purposes, doesn't leave. So, okay, what happens, Chase, when they come back and they've got their money, but we're in good financial position, and you just said it in the beginning, the need is great. I'm glad you asked that question, Body. The chief financial officer and the chief legal officer can come back and recommend to this body that by forgiving the loans, the city shall not be placed in financial harm's way, and the council can consent by resolution to do so. And you're like, why is that? Because 3, 4 years, 5 years from now, whenever this body decides what the term of the loan should be, I will not be here. And even if I were here, I probably will have forgotten because that happens so frequently. And so it's unfair, I think, to the citizens of the Memphis, this body, future members included, and the administration, future CFOs included, to not have a more public disposal of that kind of cash. So if we are going to forgive loans to a group, let us do it in public. They are 501c3s. There will be no tax obligation to them. If they were a for-profit entity, they would have to pay the taxes on the forgiveness. So it matters not to them. And last thing, and then I'll be quiet, I think. I'm gonna have Councilman Smiley explain the Citizens Assistance Program, and then I want to go to directly to Councilwoman Easter Thomas for being patient in the queue. Sorry, I may have lost my train of thought there. We were talking about compliance and reporting. The organizations, it needs to be done in the transparency. And so, sorry, I had one more point I wanted to make there, and I think I lost my train of thought. But with that, Councilman Smiley, will you explain, just for the record, because it's kind of an omnibus resolution, yeah. Will you explain the resoluting language involving the city council grant funds? I don't necessarily have to explain it. We have President McGowan here. Yeah. So essentially, my initial thought was trying to support people who may have to choose between, paying for food or paying for rent or paying their MLGW bill, and just worried about their bill being stacked up. So what I initially suggested is that we allocate $130,000 from the council grant program to support people during these hard times, and I think that's been the least we can do to support people during these difficult times. But this one says $260,000 to support MLGW Citizens Assistance Programs. We have President McGowan here. He can tell you about how many people who need help. I think it's just the most direct way right now that we can help people that we know need it. They get a lot of calls about support, help, what type of programs they can get on. I just think it's almost a no-brainer. The purpose of the council grant program is to support entities that are doing the work in the community. I think we all know the work that MLGW does, and I think if the goal is to put dollars in people's pockets to support them directly, I think this does it. Thank you, Councilman. Dr. Easter Thomas, the floor is yours. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for noting I've been patient. I think this is a great idea, and I'm glad we all get to talk it out together. A few questions I had on both pieces of it, and I'll try not to take too long, and thank you for going back over it again. You mentioned that Community Foundation is going to be the administrator of the money, but they're not mentioned in the
resolution?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to have that conversation here before we place them in, both with the city's team and with the community foundation. And we finally connected this morning at about 8:28 a.m. And so,
So they're in agreement, or they?
yes, they are in agreement. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so we're gonna amend to add them listed in here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then also for the 2.5 million, as Councilman Ford amended, are we going to determine the amount that each organization may get up to?
That's a great question.
Because if we're only having, as it says for this first round, if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and some of them do the same services, but some of them do others, then maybe it's 6. You see 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 5. Then maybe we should have could we already have a 2 million as our max? So how much, do a 2.5, how much are they going to get? Minus whatever administration fees that they have, and then maybe that 500,000 is just not allocated, so that if shutdown goes longer, Lord hope not, longer than anticipated, there's still some cushion or whatever for the administration, or so that we can just really assure that that 2 million goes straight to the hands of the organizations that are doing it. Not an amendment, but because I want to get to my other questions. But I'm just noting it as the stuff I noted as we go.
No, that's great. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry if I cut you off early.
Also, I'm glad that we do have, I think that the idea for making that a forgivable loan that we can do in public and it has positive impact on our monies is a good idea. And we have the reports. Question about, okay, now it's moving to MLGW piece. 2 things. One, and I'm glad MLGW is here. Hey, President McGowan. Instead of, tell me why we shouldn't, instead of pulling 260 from our grants, ask for a pause on shutoffs, or finding, you laughing, but I mean, I'm serious. A pause for shutoffs, or finding another, maybe unassigned fund balance, or another way of doing that, because the grants are directly for organizations that's doing work. Not to say y'all ain't doing work, President McGowan, but it's a different type of need. And I think that kind of forcing everyone to put 20,000 there when it's other smaller initiatives that we can. What'd you say, Councilwoman Cooper? Okay. I think it's something that we just can talk about, because they also get that assistance federally with the CSA, that $1 million that goes to the CSA. So just thinking of, I just want to be told why that we should go that route and not the other. And then also, how can we work with the fund that United Way and the mayor have established, so that we're not putting too much on the finance department? I think Tamika Hart-Wigginton and the other folks that y'all corralled this week have more capacity on doing it directly than putting more on y'all, and you already doing matter stuff and everything else. So those are just my questions and thoughts. I'm sure everybody's gonna be added as a sponsor at full council when it's done. But I think that's my, yeah.
Councilwoman, would you like for Councilman Smiley to answer the questions or Chief who is the best player?
Just tell me why that's the option, and then tell me what's the other option.
So my initial thought in the first iteration of the draft was 130 coming out of the council grant, and another 130 is a place that the administration deems feasible. And if the administration did deem it feasible, we'll pull out the unassigned fund balance. And the reason I would say pull from the council grant funds, I don't want to call the council grant funds a slush fund, but I think the purpose
you just did.
I said I don't want to. But I think the purpose of the council grant funds is to support people in the times of need. We give money to organizations that we say that are doing the work, but sometimes I think the most appropriate thing to do is to find the need. We know that if people are calling MLGW saying, hey, I have a utility bill and I just can't seem to pay it, putting it off for a long period of time doesn't help them. It keeps their lights on, but they still have that bill. So I think the most direct way to support people in this moment would be to support them in this particular way. But one of the things, you said something that I'm extremely happy you said. We do know that the administration has allocated or plans to allocate $500,000 to United Way. We talk about supporting people. One of the things that I would like to see, and I'm open to any amendment or any inclusion to this omnibus resolution, for either United Way with the $500,000 they get, or I think you suggested maybe not give that away, but any amendment to address rental assistance. What we see a lot of during these particular times is, and if you go to General Sessions Court, you will see a litany of FEDs filed, and FEDs is basically eviction actions. Well, is an eviction action. People are getting put out. Let's say the folks who are working for the federal government not getting paid, the people who have their SNAP benefits abridged, they're deciding between, hey, do I want to use the money I have to buy food, or do I need to use the money I have to pay my rent? I think we also need to contemplate or think through how do we support people in rental assistance. So for me, I will gladly give up 10 or 20,000 to help people that are impacted right now.
So it's not about, for me, giving up to help people. That wasn't the point of it. My point was asking, what are the other options?
Oh. So for me, it's council grants, but also would love for the administration to find an additional funds. I think council grants were designed specifically to help people. I think this is the way we help. But if there's other options, I'm open to it. We just want to give people the resources and the help they need.
President McGowan, can you speak to the best source of assistance for you all in this particular manner?
Thank you, Doug McGowan, Memphis Lake Gas and Water, 220 South Main. So the need is going to be great. There are always going to be more people in need. The lack of federal funding from LIHEAP was about $17 million last year. The LIHEAP portal has opened again yesterday, and this is our friends at CSA are working their hardest. The state of Tennessee put a new program in place, and the program immediately crashed yesterday with more than 100,000 applications in the first hour. It is going to be difficult for that funding to flow very quickly. I will tell you that last year, the $1 million in utility assistance that this council gave to our customers helped 1,600 families directly. Any allocation that you make through this action will be added to the FY26 $1 million that will be used to help families, ostensibly helping more families directly. To your point, Councilwoman, we absolutely work with every one of our customers through winter moratoriums, weather emergencies, and emergencies like this to provide the assistance that customers need. Sometimes, as Councilman Smiley said, that is a forbearance of something for a period of time, but that ultimately bill ends up coming due. That helps people. We also can give people a payment plan, and we do that. We've sent you all of the programs of assistance, and I will tell you that we have more programs than any other utility in the state of Tennessee to help our customers, and we have more flexible programs for customers. Our intention is, we understand people, exactly as you said, are making choices between rent and food and the utility bill. And so we're custom tailoring the need to each one of our customers when they call to say, what is it we can do for you? How much time do you need? Can I connect you with some utility assistance so that you can get that bill paid? Do we need to put a deferred billing plan in place for you? So there is no one approach for every customer because everyone's circumstance is slightly different. But I can tell you that we put the council money to very good use directly for customers. And anything you offered in that space would be added to what you already have done this year. I will tell you that TVA and MLW have stepped up. There's about $500,000 that are coming from us as well to help customers in that space. I know through the United Way, there's also a contemplation of help. Just so you know, Neighborhood Christian Centers helps administer that fund for us. They have a very low administrative cost, so almost all of yours passes through directly to customers. So hopefully that answers the question, Councilwoman. We will do everything we can because we know people are making choices.
I'm just thinking of how much financial impact is it to forego shutoffs for a certain amount of time?
Well, we did, it's impossible to give you a specific number, but I would also tell you that the minute that you put into place, I will not be, during this federal emergency, that no one's going to pay. And realize that that means I'm not going to be collecting revenue for your solid waste fee. I'm not going to be collecting revenue for your sewer fee. I'm not going to be collecting revenue for all the other cities. The $280 million of third-party revenues that I collect on behalf of everybody, none of that's going to get paid. We carry more than 20 or 40 million every month, Ron.
Is that possible for SNAP recipients at 115,000?
So SNAP recipients, those are the folks we like to call and ask whatever the setup is. Again, we can work with them, and at the end of the day, that's usually the remedy that happens.
Yeah.
If customers call us, we're going to set them on a program, secure their account so it's not cut off while they work with us on the solution. So that's almost always part of the formula.
And Chair,
anyway.
I'm just asking to see what's the best bang for our buck, because if you say $1 million got us 1,600 families, but it's 117,000 on SNAP, I'm just trying to see where can we put our best efforts to help.
We're going to help
more
all
that
of
are
those other
impacted during this
families.
time. Yeah.
All those other families are going to get that kind of assistance from us anyway. So it's a function of how many can you help with the direct assistance. So we're doing that for everyone else.
So 260 would get how many help?
So $1 million gets you about 1,600. So 260 is going to get you about 2,000. Because it's added to the $1 million that you had this year in the budget.
Okay, so 2,000 in total, not 2,000 extra.
That's right. So it'd be about 400 more families.
Okay. Councilman Smiley, why didn't we take this from the unassigned fund balance as the other funds?
So
and maybe increase it.
Here's my perspective on taking from the unassigned fund balance. I'm just less inclined to pull from a fund balance in which we've already experienced significant withdrawals from that fund balance since this body's been elected. We've pulled from that fund balance every single time. I think our job is to make sure we're fiscally responsible. We have funds available that's already been allocated. I think it's irresponsible I don't want to say willy-nilly, irresponsible, just continue pulling from a fund balance. I don't want to put us in a position where we end up like some other administrations that have deficiency letters or are non-compliant with the state. So just my thought. I mean, anyone doesn't necessarily have to agree with me. We have funds available. We already allocated the funds, $10,000, $20,000 to help impact 400 families from what President McGowan. I don't see why we don't make that decision.
I'm just asking.
I know. I just don't see why we don't.
But it seemed like you. All right. We going into it now, so it's not like it's willy-nilly because we already going into it. So I was just asking about the additional. But go ahead, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, colleagues. I've got Councilwoman Logan, then Cooper Sutton, and Councilman Warren, and then Smiley wanted to make a comment about one of the resoluting languages. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. I think about when we came on in 2020, we were so excited to be on council. As soon as we got on, bam, there is COVID. And then there's one thing after, we had the Floyd, and we've been through a lot as a council, but one thing I can say, we've pulled together and we've done good work to help our constituents, to help the citizens in Memphis, and, some of it political unrest and all of that. So I think we were chosen and selected and elected for a time such as this. So we're going to continue in that vein, I see. And I wanted to ask, and I'm glad to be a part of this body. I wanted to ask about some of them who are not direct services. We're given, why do we choose some of these who, well, I'm going to say, I think one of them who is not a direct service.
That's a great question. So in an effort, because we have an acute situation, we have known partners, and this is my opinion, so I'm not saying that it's right. We have an acute situation that needs a very rapid, direct response. It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I need something to eat. I need something to drink. I need safety and security. And these organizations have the infrastructure track record and partnership with the city and the public to respond, I think, the best with this kind of capital. Meaning I'm comfortable knowing that my partners that are here will care for this money better. And that is not to say that others would not. It's to say that I can't shoot a .22 caliber at a Bradley tank and stop it. I can't fix poverty as a whole in the middle of a crisis. And so I put these organizations forward because I felt like they were the best to respond given the current confines. This document can be amended, but I would caution, and I should say too, like Community Alliance for the Homeless can make sub-grants, right? So they can make sub-grants to organizations to give flexibility. But ultimately, it was to make large impact grants that could be leveraged off of what I'm aware of is other private capital coming into play. And so, and to Councilwoman Easter Thomas's point, which may be one of the most critical points in these dire moments, which is how do I leverage every dollar that we put in? So the answer is that's how I chose them. That was my philosophy. It's probably a little longer than you wanted, but I wanted you to understand it wasn't willy-nilly. But I'm not saying that the list isn't or is complete. That's why we have this meeting.
Well, and I totally understand what you're saying, and I wanted to make sure that was what you were going for, that they're able to, and there's just one on here, I think, that is not, that offer direct service. But are you saying that they're able to leverage other dollars? Sure. Potentially.
Yeah, so I had a phone call. As a matter of fact, I've got Amanda Cook here, and I've had a phone. Jared is here, representing a couple of the organizations on the list with the food bank and
what I'm more interested in Community Alliance for the Homeless.
Yeah.
Do they offer direct service?
Yeah, so as we were talking through it, I asked my team who out there can provide sub-grants or direct services and help, and Community Alliance, which is an organization admittedly I'm not as familiar with, was what was brought forth as a group that could do the sub-granting work.
Okay. All right, well, I don't have a problem with that. I just, when you have dire situations, you're giving to organizations that can't give direct service, that's administrative fees and things like that. But if they can leverage dollars, then I'm good with that. I just wanted to.
Yeah. Well, I'll get to you. You're welcome to make comments. Again, I don't know the organization as well. I called the organization and I haven't heard back. And that's not, again, I want to repeat, that was a short window call. That's not on them. That's because we've been running fast. But because we had the hub in there, trying to narrowly. The hub does incredible work. We got to hear about it this morning. But there has to be a little bit of breadth there. And so trying to find an organization without continuing to pick and choose in this resoluting document and give some flexibility, which honestly, back to Councilwoman Easter Thomas's question was, I wanted to put a floor on the loan amount so that it doesn't go down there. But I'm not an expert in their financial situation and their current need. And I know the need's greater than we can give, but my point is like trying to size that up. I need to get back to the direct services.
No problem.
Yeah. Sorry, but if you
asking.
have, no, and I'm not doing a good job of giving you a concise answer, but if you have an organization that you think can provide one, I'm certainly open to it.
It's not that I have an organization. I was just asking because the other, in this climate, we need people that can get the resources to the people directly, not necessarily have to get subcontractors. So I don't have a problem with them. They do great work. They've been around a long time for what they do. So they were the only ones that I noticed that do not give direct service as far as I know, unless that's changed. So they would have to sub-grant somebody else. And those people that they're sub-granting to give direct services in most of the cases. And in our situation that we're in now, I would think that we want to get the money directly to the people, but I'm good with that.
No. I think hearing you, then what we could do, then is probably skip them as a sub fiscal agent. I want to check with the community foundation,
no problem.
But I hear you. That's a great, I hear what you're saying now. That's helpful.
And Dr. Warren may have some insight.
I've got Cooper Sutton and then Dr. Warren. But thank you this is why I love getting up in the dais. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And the point that Councilwoman Logan just made, what I really would like to see is a third party, maybe physical agent, because what we don't want to do and what we don't want to look like, there's enough favoritism that goes on in this city. And we are in a predicament right now, in a very critical and hard place, that we need to get people that we know that distribute, not, I know it's always the devil in the details, okay? And I understand that. But we got to really seriously think about who's the physical agent. Are these people in the community that's actually giving, and we're gonna have to have a tracking system. Because what we want to make sure, these are the taxpayers' dollars and what we're doing. However, we need to make sure that the physical agents who we are going to give this money to, and I'm like Councilman Ford. Now, you might not like me, but that's okay. But this is what we love about this diocese. When my spirit is discerning something and I'm hearing what I'm hearing, we need to be very careful how and where we put this money and who we're giving it to make sure that the people out there, like your comment said, Chairman, you're not in that dire situation. Thank God that I'm not, but we all are one paycheck from starvation. That is a true fact. However, we need to make sure, I had a problem with Community Alliance for Homelessness, because how are they gonna be a direct distributor? I know Feed the Needy, I know MIFA, these are organizations that I volunteer and I work for, and I know what they do.
Is that an amendment, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm waiting.
Thank you.
So I believe the Councilwoman's motion is to move to amend to strike Community Alliance for the Homeless from the resoluting document. And then what I will do is I'll go ahead and add to make Community Foundation the fiscal agent, and we will get that memorialized in the document before, and it shouldn't take long before the vote. Councilwoman, does that suffice your amendment?
That does.
Okay, do I have a second for that? I mean, I said it's a friendly amendment, but I want to.
I second.
Second it.
Thank you.
Are any
Councilman
opposed
JB.
to that amendment? Seeing none. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Councilman Ford.
Would help a lot of the other people. And then back to what you were saying. If you're told out there, you ain't planning on putting nobody out. You know, it's always worked that way. But like you said, if you go and say, we're not gonna put all these people in the hole, we already not gonna be in the hole.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Here's
I'm just trying to help everybody out.
Yes, sir. I think this is what I'll put out into the universe, and you guys can decide what you want to do it. We have a really great piece of legislation here. I don't want to get stuck in the mud on one group. I will say I understand both parties, and when I say I understand, you all know better than I do, and I understand that too. But let's not get us stuck. And what I'm saying is to the potential hesitancy on the organization, I hear that. I want to try and put a little faith in the community foundation and the city as the fiscal agent and as the administration on trying to help size up, which is why I didn't say each loan shall be $100,000, because Feed the Needy may have a different need than so-and-so. We can put some more, one of the things Alan Wade has always taught me is our job is to put some guardrails and allow the administration to administrate. And so that's what I want on here. And to Councilman Ford's point, I'm trying not to open it up to the whole world, but throw as broad of a net out there. I'll put that out there. If members want to make, I will do what the will of the body wants to do specific to that organization, and I will be quiet. I've got to go to Councilman Warren and then Smiley, then Easter Thomas.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate your comments. Guys, we've got a really bad situation. We're going to have a lot of people hungry. We may have a lot of people without electricity, and it's getting cold. I think we move ahead with what we have here. I agree putting in the community foundation in. For what it's worth, this Alliance for the Homeless, what they do is they're sort of an oversight group, and they just keep records. And for the federal government and stuff, they may help direct funds based on the records they keep. They're not really going to be somebody that's going to help us right now. Leaving them in the mix doesn't hurt. We may find some smaller organizations and we can use them to funnel it through, but we shouldn't make them responsible for doing it. Let us bring that to them, keep them in the mix, but put the community foundation, and let's let administration administrate it. I think you're right on that. But they're not going to be the ones that pick them. They may be the ones that bring them to us, right? So,
that's good feedback. I have an idea.
That's how we look at it. They don't do it. They observe it and they record it. So they may be able to bring us information, but we shouldn't expect them to send it out unless somebody comes to them and they bring it to the administration. So in my mind, we've got a great bill. Let's go ahead and pass it and get going, because we have no idea how long this big, bad billionaire bailout bill is going to be there, and how long they're going to be taking money away from people that need food so they can give billionaires tax breaks and develop a paramilitary force with ICE. So that's pretty much what we've got right now. So we've got to protect our people from that. So let's go ahead and vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren, Councilman Smiley, Easter Thomas, and Logan.
All right, I'm just going to read this other, therefore be it resolved. I think it's important to note and, encourage some of the other municipalities and the governing bodies to, do more than just talk. Also be financially committed to helping people in this process. It's therefore be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council urges the Shelby County Commission and the other municipalities to match the $260,000 commitment and expanding the impact and ensuring that no family is left behind this winter season. So hope that the other elected bodies join in the battle with us to help people during this time, and also commit $260,000 or more to support people during this time directly.
Thank you, Councilman. Dr. Easter Thomas and Councilwoman Logan. Dr. Easter Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I have an amendment.
Ma'am.
With a question. In the second to last, therefore be it says that any organization that has previously been allocated funds by City of Memphis in FY26 shall have their contribution amount amended with the aforementioned funds. Before I move to amend that, we strike that from there unless it's all the way 100% legally required. Since this is an increased need and a different need, it shouldn't come from funds it shouldn't be detrimental to the funds that they already get. So they already get funds to offer support, and it shouldn't be detrimental if they get additional. So I move that we amend this to strike that last sentence unless Attorney Wade said we got to keep it in there.
So I'm going to read it for the record, and I accept that. It sounds like it's accepted as a friendly amendment. Very good point. Any organization that has been allocated funds by the city of Memphis in fiscal year 26 shall have their contribution amount amended with the aforementioned funds. The motion is to strike that language. There's a second. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, that has been amended. That was the second amendment on the floor. Going back to the community alliance, it sounds like that's been withdrawn, but I want to affirm that. Okay, thank you. And so this is what I am going to do, though, is, yes, ma'am, absolutely. The floor is yours. Councilwoman, I'm sorry, would you say, turn your microphone on?
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Chair, and apologize for any council member I may have overlooked or skipped. But I just want to make sure why it's kind of hot on my brain. This is not going for any overhead or any administrative cost. Am I correct?
So what I would say to that is...
So how are we handling that part?
Yeah, I could sit here and say that it doesn't go for that, but the amount of reporting, et cetera, that would be required to find out, it's pooled. And again, I think my response is these are trusted partners.
Trust but verify.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm glad. Let me read that really quickly. So let me read.
Trust but verify.
So I'm going to read one. I'm going to read the compliance and reporting. All participating organizations shall comply with the following standards: submit a written monthly report to the chief financial officer and the chief legal officer detailing the loan fund usage, population served, and financial status. Provide aggregate data on aid distribution and maintain mechanisms to audit all expenditures. The Division of Finance, in concert with the Legal Division, is requested to provide written monthly reports to the Memphis City Council summarizing loan performance, repayments, and any recommendations for forgiveness. So again, it's like, well, what is the substance of the form? I don't know, and I know Walter's smarter than I am at that stuff, so Walter can work with us if he wants to, or he can go direct and say, this is what I want to see as a city CFO. So we've got to give guardrails and let them, kind of go do their job. That's a great question.
Chair.
Thank you.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
To that?
I've got Councilwoman Logan after that. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say it's really hard for nonprofits to only give direct. Like they can't do that if they can't turn on their own lights, if they can't pay their own phone bill, if they can't have their website up. So as somebody who used to run a nonprofit, everybody wants to not pay for overhead, but if nobody pays for overhead, then you can't do the direct services. So I understand we want to help people, and I don't want to increase anybody's salaries or anything like that, but it's hard to parse that out, like you're saying in the reporting, it's going to be part of delivering the service.
I agree, and I had that conversation with Mr. Bing, and he answered the question earlier and said, look, if you think and this is just me, if you think in your best interest as our trusted partner that doing X over Y delivers the best service, that's why you're that's why you're our partner. And it goes to that point of, it may be that they do need a support personnel in order to support 25 more people now that they didn't, right? So, but I also, on the flip side, what you're talking about is ripping fees that don't necessarily, and some administrative fees are the revenue streams that pay the salaries.
Of course.
But I understand I hear what you're saying.
Where I'm going, because we have a lot of people out here, and this is what I love about being a resident of Memphis, the grit and grind of volunteers as well. And you know.
Could I offer a friendly amendment?
Yeah.
I'm going to do this. I may not word this the way I want. Oh, hey. I was just saying, if I could offer a friendly amendment to have all administrative fees, et cetera, customary as prior to, so there's no gouging. Attorney Wade, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Council, a very good point just came to me out of the heavens.
Out of nowhere. You said smart.
Man, hold on, let me check my earpiece. To the point, sometimes choosing larger organizations can be problematic, but in this instance, they are able to spread their overhead, which gives them actually, in this one sense, better ability, which was a very adept point to be made. I'm going to be quiet. I've got Councilwoman Logan in the queue to take us home on this one, I think.
So what do we end up with?
So the question was, yeah. Here's where we are. If we're to that point, the question was, where are we? So here's where we are. Generally speaking, we are going to keep most of the document the same, and the key provisions that will be redlined and put into executive committee today before we go downstairs, because I want you to have another look at it.
Yeah.
Because it's too much money. It's too big of a document. to move that quick. But unfortunately, these are, what we always used to say back in the COVID days, these are what times? Extraordinary times.
What kind of time?
Extraordinary.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I think that's just, that's where we are. We're just extraordinary. So anyway, my point is we have a friendly amendment to take the master capital amount from 2 to 2.5 million. We are going to memorialize that the Community Foundation be what I would call, again, the master fiscal agent, which they have. I did ask Sutton when I spoke on the phone with her, hey, Dr. East Thomas brought up a good point about like all these funds, and she said, we do it, and but if the mayor or if we want to augment or put them in the Memphis Cares Fund, the Memphis Loan Fund, we can do that to make it simple, but they're pretty good at administering it. And I would tell you, for me, the reason this is a resolution is this can be a standing fund. This can be a standing fund.
Yeah.
So I will endeavor before this evening, and you are welcome to do so, to look at, I'm probably going to move to amend to put a floor in. I think the CFO may have a comment on the length of term from his part. And what I would ask the body to do is take no action at this moment other than to allow this to be placed on the agenda tonight. And if we can, and I don't know why we would not, I intend to bring it back to you in executive. If we run out of time, is there any objection to it just being heard downstairs tonight? I don't want to offend or railroad anyone. All right. So my plan is to have the red line in your hands. Oh, we are. I meant I didn't want to. If we run out of time in executive to have the
everyone's sort of in favor of this.
Yeah. Okay.
We can
All
talk
right.
about it tonight.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. East Thomas. Oh, yeah. Yes, ma'am. And if everybody's great, I would love this to be the entire body.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to be quiet then, and what I'm going to do is
You'll make all the changes and.
Yeah, so then let's do this. Let's send this down with a favorable recommendation as amended. I will have copies to you before executive. Should a member have a problem, it is your right to have it asked to be heard in executive. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is an aye as well. This goes down with the affirmative. Item number 3. Item number 3, thank you. Are we withdrawing 3? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, item 3 has been withdrawn. We are out of here. We are adjourned.
Would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Chair Spinoza.
Here. All right, 3 items on the agenda. Item number 1, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent. There's no motion or a second, as usual, needed. So President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, Memphis Lake Gas and Water, 220 South Main. We did have a request to report out to you on some of the utility assistance programs. We provided that to all of you separately in a handout. We did talk about that a lot in the last committee, so just know we're going to do the right thing for our customers. Councilman Ford said it right. Anytime the weather's bad, there's an emergency, we always take care of our customers, so we're going to continue to do that here. Love to partner with you all. I appreciate that. Today, we're asking for $55 million worth of approvals. That brings us to $743 million for the year. A number of items here today. The very large purchase that I have is up front, and this is for the medium voltage circuit breakers and high voltage circuit breakers. You'll see today we're requesting the authority to spend money to purchase up to 222 of these circuit breakers. Again, these are the very large components that are our 65 substations that bring high voltage down to low voltage and protect the systems. I will tell you that the work that we have done have brought the average age of our circuit breakers since we started this work from almost 50 years old to down to 35.4 years old. We want to get them all the way down to under 30 years so that they stay reliable. But this will allow us to continue that progress to bring the age of the fleet down, which dramatically improves reliability. So today, the first item is 125 medium voltage circuit breakers over a 5-year period for $16,500,000. This is a sealed bid contract. The next is high voltage power circuit breakers for $16,500. Again, this is 5 years with 2 options at the end of it. And you can see the number of circuit breakers that we'll be buying there and procuring, and you see a picture of what those high voltage circuit breakers look like. Again, this is part of our renewal and replacement of infrastructure, our overall renewal reliability plan. The next is a customary replacement of workstations and monitors in the amount of $311,000. You can see the numbers that we have here, and this is workstations for our employees. We have 2,700 employees, and several thousand of those have computers, and they get dated and aged just like at the city, so this is customary replacement of computers. The next is distribution engineering analysis software. This allows our system engineers to do the programming necessary to plan our system so that we can improve our system's reliability and also put new equipment in to manage a modern grid. Next is substation network modules and software licenses. This is a one-time purchase of $241,000. This is for our SCADA system and our relay system. That's the system that controls our circuit breakers and our substations. It's also the system that communicates between the substation and system operations. This software allows us to make that communication happen. The next is probably of interest to you as a master paving program in the amount of $1.7 million. This is an increase in the amount of paving we're doing. I will tell you we had some catching up to do with paving because we didn't have a contract for about a year. We're adding some money here. The reason you see so much paving going on is because we're doing a lot of lead service line replacement, a lot of steel tap gas coupling replacements, and this increases our single lane paving. You've seen it on some of the streets where we're paving half of the street. That is in lieu of patching 30 or 40 individual holes, which is not a good experience for anybody. So when we have that, we just do the single lane, which makes a better, more durable, more lasting repair. It costs a little more money to do this, but it's the right thing to do for our constituents. The next is operator qualification training. This provides us the ability to track our certifications for our gas crews. They are required under federal regulation to hold certain qualifications, and this software makes sure that we stay on track with our periodic training and qualifications. The next is a regenerative heater piping for our liquid natural gas plant. This is in the amount of $279,000. This is an emergency contract. This regeneration heater allows us to vaporize natural gas and liquefy natural gas, which is a necessary part of taking the gaseous gas from the pipeline, liquefying it, putting into our system, and then vaporizing it again so we can dispatch it. The next is in the amount of $5.9 million. This is the last increment of funding for what we call the Weaver to Gill project. You'll remember down on 3rd Street, we replaced an 85-year-old and a 95-year-old pipeline. We started in April. We finished that last month. It was done on time. This is the last increment of funding. We had to do 27% more underground boring than excavating because of the conditions we found in the rainy conditions. This funds all of that work. We'll be doing a celebration over the weekend with the community down there, the 700 and some residents who were, this is in their backyard, to celebrate a successful project completion. And I'm happy to report that not one customer lost any service during this very complex, very large project, which is almost $40 million. Next is Bloomberg Data License and Maintenance Agreement in the amount of $82,000. Many of you are familiar with Bloomberg. This allows our treasury management people, this is access to the markets so that they can be tracking the markets as they're making investment decisions for us. Bloomberg Terminal, some of you have probably heard about. This is the industry standard for people who do financial investing. The next is Professional Portfolio Software in the amount of $14,000. This allows us to manage our various asset types, and Treasury Management uses this when they're doing tracking for pension, OPEB, and the trust funds that are associated with them. So this is a software tool that our finance department uses. Next is Red Hat Enterprise Server License and Support Subscription in the amount of $106,000. This is a first renewal of 3 annual renewals. This allows us to do GIS and CIS, which is Customer Information Systems and Geographic Information Systems, in the cloud. And so this is the interface between our systems and the cloud computing. Next is ARC FM viewer replacement, $64,000. This is for our crews' laptops. When you think ARC FM, just think about our crews need to have access to schematics of what the electric system looks like while they're in the field. This software allows our crews on their tough books to pull up when they're in a subdivision. They can pull up and see, here's how the electrical connections are supposed to be built. Here's how they are built. And this allows them to have a real-time view of what that system looks like in the field. Next is Enterprise GIS Software Selection at about $1.6 million. ESRI is an industry standard institute that supports every electric utility across the country. It allows us to be in compliance with our asset mapping requirements, because location of your utilities is incredibly important, especially if you're digging in the ground. You need to know where those things are. And this allows us to continue to use those ESRI products for engineering, construction, and operation departments. Next is LED 400-watt luminaires in the amount of $232,000. This purchases 516 luminaires. These are to continue installation of LED streetlights. This is to restock in case, as you know, occasionally people knock down our luminaires, knock down the poles, and we need to replace them. And so this allows us to have a stock on hand to replace those poles. This is CR610 in the amount of $3,600,000 over 2 years. What is CR610? This is the crushed limestone aggregate that when we dig a hole in the street and we make a repair, we backfill it with this because it is very densely compact. And then on top of that goes the asphalt patch repair. We use a lot of this every year to backfill those holes. It is more stable than soil. It compacts more completely than soil and gives you a better repair. Next is funded in the amount of $7.8 million for reclosers. These are a critical part of our electric distribution system. These are part of our grid modernization effort. And you can see that we're buying approximately 194 of these reclosers that you will see on the poles throughout our system. These allow the system to be segmented in the event of an isolation. So instead of 1,000 people on one circuit losing their power, the reclosers will take action and maybe only 150 people will lose power. The other people retain their power. It's a part of our system that we have. Next is Johnson Controls Fire Protection in the amount of $400,000. This is an update to our Johnson Controls contract for the fire monitoring system in all of our facilities. And obviously, you all know that's key to ensure that you keep your employees safe. I think last is well lots turf management, in the amount of $186,000. This is with turf doctors. This is for various well lots. These are water wells. You'll see wells with a fence around them. This is so that we can keep the weeds and the grass mowed, so that we are good neighbors in the communities where we serve. That was a lot of items. Subject to your questions, that concludes my consent agenda items.
Thank you, President McGowan. Comments, questions from council members? All right, we got Vice Chair Walker.
Good morning. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for your presentation. So can we go back to page 10?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you all know the city produces its own asphalt. So could there possibly be any intersectionality between that and versus contracting this out?
Sure. So we have talked with Mr. Morgan about this, the opportunity to combine our efforts. The city's asphalt plant, they use that for production of paving on the streets. They produce about as much as they can possibly produce today, but we partner with them, number one, to make sure that when we cut the streets for a project, that we don't do it right after they've paved, and that we coordinate our paving. But we have talked with Mr. Morgan about, hey, is there a possibility of just coming together to get better bang for our buck, bidding these things together, or actually working together on this? Today, there's not enough capacity at the asphalt plant or in the city crews. They don't have enough crews to actually do more paving, so we're going to have to contract that out. But you can bet we've had the dialogue, because we've had the same thoughts. Is there synergies to be gained?
Okay, well, I'll just close with great minds think alike. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I yield the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Councilwoman Logan.
Have y'all, have you looked at how much more it would be for them to scale up to cover if there's a great enough savings to do that?
Excuse me. I'll have to talk to Director Morgan about that, because I'm not sure exactly what his cost is to have more crews to be able to do that. I know it would be an increase to the cost of the city for staffing and that kind of thing, but we'll continue to explore it. We've offered that we will continue our coordination to be more closely aligned on that, because there are opportunities here where we can do better together. So,
so
we can bring
you all
that
gonna
number
look
back
at
to you.
that, seeing how much more, how
Yeah.
much it would cost to add on for him,
Absolutely.
as opposed to contracting out, just to look
Yeah,
at it.
absolutely.
But I did have a question about that. When there's a lot of different paving, and I still, after this is my second term, my second year, I'm still learning and confused about the paving. Who who exactly is doing paving? How we're changing it? We were cutting a little hole in the ground. Now we're doing a whole lane.
That's
Then
right.
we're doing over here. So when you're doing the single lanes, when you have to do work on a particular part of the road, instead of fixing that, you could do the entire lane for how much space?
So it depends on the work site. So if there's going to be a significant number of disturbances when we're doing like lead service line replacements or steel tap, and as I've said, you'll have some blocks where there's a hole in front of every house.
Okay.
When that is the occurrence, we will choose to, instead of patching each one of those, we will just do a single lane.
Okay.
Now, if it's somewhere where it's a little more suburban and the houses are very far apart, we're not going to do that, because that would use too much asphalt.
yeah.
So we do the cost-benefit analysis and say, what's the quality going to look like? Are we just going to have a series of patches, or are we going to have a better result if we do the single lane? So we worked with the city engineer on that. We have a pretty good method for determining when we should do single lane based on what his expectations are, what the customer's expectations are, what the costs are for doing that.
So when we do work in a neighborhood or community, do we notify them before we go in that work is going to be done, and this is how long you should expect, and this is what you should expect?
I will say that, yes, that is our intention, is to notify every neighborhood. You heard Ms. Madden come and talk to you about in previous, when we approved this new convey software, that it gives us better ability to text you directly, email you directly, and do other communications directly to you, segmented based on your specific address. We try to do door hangers. We try to do public announcements. We know that people don't always see those. So we're going to up our game on that. Our intention is, especially if we're going to come and do your whole street with lead service lines, our trucks have a QR code on the side, so you can say, that's the last line of defense. What are you doing here? And our crews are supposed to be armed with information to hand out to say, here's what we're doing here. We saw this recently when we went down and we're doing some drone work in neighborhoods in South Memphis. And clearly our communication didn't get to everybody. And we had people saying, why are there drones flying around back here? So that's an example of why this conveyances is particularly important. The answer is yes, we want to tell everybody before we come there, but we have to be multi-channel today. We got to go direct to the people. We have to do broad announcements, and we're going to be able to do better in this coming year when we have that.
How long will it take? What's the expectation on
Can we start
ETA
that
for
in
that
January?
service?
And she's hoping
good.
December, but I'll say January. Yeah.
So- You say the 1st of December, now you say it's January, so.
Well, that's because I'd rather say
She
January.
said
in case it's
December,
ridiculous.
boss said
give yourself some
January.
wiggle room, 'cause when the holidays come, yeah, okay, January, I get it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Just
Yep.
want to make sure that we are communicating because there are
Absolutely.
the fiber's being installed, this is being installed. So there's a lot going on in our communities and people just want to know who is over here and what are they doing?
Right.
And it helps when we can share, send out mass texts and say, hey, this is coming to your community, so thank you for
You
that.
bet.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. So true. Anybody else? All right, so we're good on item number 1. I'm going to move item number 3 up next.
Yep.
So
I'll
this is
have-
something we're voting on tonight. So I'm going to read it for the record. I will need a motion in a second. Item number 3 originally, now item number 2. This is a resolution acknowledging receipt of report on debt obligation regarding the issuance and sale of $235,155,000 worth, or is that correct? Yeah.
Correct.
Electric
Correct.
System Revenue Bonds, Series 2025 pursuant to the 11th Supplemental Resolution. The bonds, all council districts, sponsored by MLGW.
Move it.
All right, motion's made by Vice Chair Walker, seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Without objection, there is a request for same night minutes. Any objections? All right, so motion's been made, properly seconded. Item number 3, President
I'm
McGowan.
going to have Rod Cleek and Attorney Wade brief you on this. This is the follow-up to our issuance of $250 million worth of bonds. Attorney Wade?
All right, thank you. To refresh your recollection, let me just tell you why this report is being presented to you. Historically, there had been some municipalities that once they got to go ahead to issue bonds, they would go crazy, and then the legislative bodies never knew anything about it. The comptroller says, no, you got to report to them. And essentially, when we submit the bonds for their approval, we commit to file this report with the members of the governing body no later than 45 days after issuance of execution of the debt, and the report is to be delivered to each member, which we've done, and essentially it's a housekeeping matter. In this particular case, we don't have the same infirmities as other municipalities because on August 9th, you were explained the whole 9 yards about this issuance. We issued the bonds on the 23rd of October. It was a successful issuance. Your interest rate is disclosed on here, about 4.4 level aggregate. The big issue is that you were able to issue not 250 million, but 155 million, and you got 16.3 million in premium, which is just free money. You borrowed less, you pay less for interest, and you got free money to bring you up to 250 million. So it was very successful. This is a housekeeping item, and all you have to do is agree to accept it, and you're done.
Good deal. Thank you, Attorney Wade. We've got Councilman Carlisle just joined us. We also got Chairman Canale who just joined us for the record. All right, any comments, questions? Motion's been made, properly seconded. We'll go to a voice vote. All those in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. All right. Anybody against? All right. The ayes have it, so that does it for item number 2. Originally 3, item 2. Now we're going to move the MLGW budget presentation. We're going to do, just for the record, this is a brief one.
Very brief, yes, sir.
It's 24 slides.
I will make it brief.
And it's brief, and I appreciate you being brief. I was being sarcastic. I do want to note for the record, so we sent out, and we are behind, and it's all good, and thank you, President McGowan, but we've sent out emails. I think the date's confirmed. All right, so thank you, JR. So we're going to have a 2-hour budget hearing like we did last year, and it's going to be next Wednesday, November the 12th, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. It's going to be in this conference room here on the 5th floor at City Hall. So just for the record, we'll send that out, but we had to get everybody's calendars lined up. So we're going to have a brief budget presentation today for the record. No need to ask a whole bunch of questions today, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Thank you. All right, go for it, President McGowan.
Thank you. It is a brief budget presentation. Thank you for scheduling that budget hearing because we want to have an in-depth discussion with all of you on the 12th, and thank you for getting that set up. So as soon as I can get the slide to progress here, of course, that was going to be brief. Okay, so the number one thing I'd like you to remember is that our budget this year is smaller than it was last year. 2026 budget is smaller than the 2025 budget, largely because our capital expenditures are coming down. We have a very modest increase in our operating budget, but we do have enough funding to continue doing everything we need to do in order to, we're playing with the computer, everything we need to do in order to continue making improvements to reliability that our customers need. And we do not propose any new rate increases in the 2026 budget. So that's the top line. The next thing I would like to say is that, again, I just mentioned that there's a little down and up in both operating and capital, bringing us overall down compared to 2025 budget. The increases that you'll see in our operating budget are largely due to mandatory contributions to the pension fund of about $10 million, increased medical costs. All of the pressures that you all are all seeing, we are seeing those too. We have about 2,700 employees funded with this, so we add about 36 employees total to our head count. And again, this will get us to about 250 more employees than we had when I started there. People necessary to do the work. Okay, next. There's our O&M growth, again, about 2.6%. A lot of that has to do with our human capital. Our capital expenditures are a little lower. We did delay construction of the Allen Water Pumping Station for 1 year. We did complete last year that Weaver to Gill project, which is a $40 million project. We don't have to do that again. And our battery solution that we've talked to you all about, battery and solar, it looks like rather than spending capital, we'll do a purchase power agreement there, which is going to drive down capital costs as well. We are continuing to invest in renewal and replacement. You all just approved some of that this year with those new circuit breakers. And it does keep us fully funded so we can do all the things we need to do, preventative maintenance and those kinds of things. The R2I, we've briefed you on this, making improvements to our electric system. We are ahead of pace with our tree trimming, with our infrastructure improvements, and we're going to continue to do that. We'll be putting batteries into our system this year, which is something we long wanted to do, the battery storage. And we'll continue building out that 5G communications backbone to our grid modernization effort. In gas and water, we continue to modernize our water production. We'll have 5 of our 10 water pumping stations with new filters to keep us having the best water in the country. We also are putting some new wells in so we can increase production when we need it. Our lead service lines, we will pick up the pace of that to get the lead out of the system, something we've been doing since 2012. There you see in the gas, we did the Weaver to Gill project, and we'll be doing some other gas work this year, as well as keeping our liquid natural gas plant up and operating. And you all helped us begin the process of building out that new control room, and we'll do that in 2026. Also, we mentioned this, the North Service Center will be expanded so we can get our presence off of the Beale Street location and turn that over to higher and better use. And you can see that we have a small increase baked into this budget. I will tell you that we're still in negotiations with our IBEW friends. And so we may come back with a minor tweak subject to where we land with salary negotiations with our friends at IBEW. So, but we have some baked in here. I'm now going to turn over to Rod just to hit high level details because we're going to get in deep in this on the 12th. Rod?
Hey, real quick, we got one quick question, Vice Chair Walker.
I don't know if this is for now or for you or for next week, but I have not seen anything about the squirrels.
The squirrels and the animal mitigation, yes. So we have animal mitigation programmed in all of our substation improvements. Every time we put the new breakers in, we are putting animal mitigation measures in there. That is a part of the upgrades that we're making to the substations.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Squirrels and all the other critters that get in there.
Thanks. Go for it, Rod.
Yes, sir. Rod Klink, Vice President, CFO, Secretary Treasurer, Memphis Light, Gas and Water. This slide 9 is just a one-page summary of all the numbers. If you draw your attention to the far right-hand column in total, we have operating revenue budget of about $2.3 billion, purchase power and gas about $1.5 billion, O&M expense is $601 million, as President McGowan mentioned. It's up very slightly, about 2.6% over last year's budget. Depreciation and amortization on $113.7 million. Pilot and taxes, $91 million. A majority of that is the pilot payments that we make to the city of Memphis and other municipalities. So total operating expense of about $2.3 billion. As we mentioned, our capital expenditures are $290 million. They're down slightly from last year for the reasons that President McGowan mentioned recently there. And total operating and capital budgets of about $2.6 billion. And then our change in net position, which is also referred to as net income, across all three divisions is positive $28.7 million. We will do a little bit deeper dive there in the gas and water numbers that are red, and we'll talk about remedies for that in subsequent years, and also in our cash flow models we discuss on the hearing on the November the 12th. Next page, slide 10, just the electric division summary. The way that this table is laid out is gives you some history, 2024 actual, our 2025 projection, the 25 budget, and then the 26 budget there in the far right-hand column. We'll draw your attention to the gray shaded rows that explain the variance between this year and last year's budget. So for the electric division, our operating margin variance, we have an increase of about $77.9 million, primarily driven by the rate increase that you already pre-approved back in 2024, 4%. That's about $62 million. And also we are seeing increased sales revenues due to the large loads that have been discussed earlier of about $12.6 million. That's offset by the expense variance that you can see in the second gray shaded row of about $25.3 million. We will talk about that a little bit deeper dive at the hearing on the 12th. And then you can see change in net position is positive $46.1 million. Basically, if you just add the two gray rows together, you'll get to the change in net position variance of positive $46.1 million. And then at the bottom in the gray, you can see the total for electric division of operating capital of about $1.95 billion for the electric division. Quickly moving on to the gas division, same layout. You can see that an operating margin variance is pretty flat for the gas division, and the expense variance is up slightly at $6.2 million. So netting those two together, you get a change in net position variance in the third gray row of that box there of about a negative $8.9 million change in net position for the gas division. Capital expenditures, again, $39.2 million. In the total operating and capital budget of almost $400 million there in the very last row for the gas division. Moving on to the water division, same table, same format. Operating revenue variance is down slightly, $1.7 million due to a lower forecast in sales units. Expense variance is up $7.2 million in water there. So if you net those two, look at the change in net position variance, the third gray row will be a decrease in change in net position of about $9.3 million for the water division. Overall capital expenditures about $58.4 million. So total operating and capital budgets for the water division is about $199.5 million for the 2026 budget. Briefly going to capital on page 14, President McGowan did talk about our R2I initiative, renewal and replacement of infrastructure. So we'll do a deeper dive on capital and talk about some of the performance of that relative to the investments that we've made in the progress on that. But just briefly here, we are continuing our transformer and substation replacement efforts there on the breakers and the transformers. You can see that there. Substation RTUs, mechanical relays, those are devices inside the substation that are necessary components that need to be replaced on a ongoing basis. Underground cable replacements, again, doing another 90,000 feet of that. And then distribution pole replacement, we're targeting 2,500 poles, either to do trussing or replacements there as well. Slide 15, electric capital highlights. On the left-hand side, you just see a table of what we call work order categories or work order types, the types of work that we're doing in the various divisions for this particular slide is the electric division. You can see there at the top, like we mentioned, substation, $26.8 million. Data processing equipment upgrades, communication towers, $20.8 million. That's our 5G build out that we're been talking about here for the last few months. On the pie chart on the right, you can just see where we're spending it by another category, another slice of that. Substation transmissions, 44 million. Distribution.
Right. I was about to stop you if you were going to read every one of
No,
them.
no. Yeah, and so just you can see the pie
And I
chart
appreciate
there
you. I
between
got
that.
you,
Yeah, and the gas capital, you can go to slide. Let's just go to slide number 18. You can see the same format. Work order categories on the left, pie chart on the right. You can see about 54 million there on the pie chart on the right. And then finally on the water division, slide 21, same layout. You can see the categories and the pie chart of the water division spending there, about 74.8 million water division CapEx there as well. I'm going to skip to slide 23. This is just our schedule remaining. We presented to our board approved here today for the presentation. We've announced the hearing there on November the 12th at 10 a.m. And then hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, hopefully a full city council vote on November the 18th, subject to the ratification that President McGowan mentioned due to negotiations. And I'll turn it back over to President McGowan for slide 24.
And so again, just the takeaway here is that this budget funds everything we need to do to keep our reliability moving, and we have significantly improved reliability over the last 2 years. It is smaller than the 2025 budget, and we don't propose any new rate increases in the 2026 budget. We'll talk about in the budget what happens in out years, but for this year, nothing new in the budget. So I hope those are the key takeaways for all of you as we get into the deep discussions about on November 12th.
Thank you, President McGowan. Looking over there, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you sure?
I had something
No,
quick.
thank you all. And I didn't mean to speed you up there, Rob, but hey, thank you all. I know a lot of work went into this today. So we'll see you all next Wednesday. We've got Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you. So I know you said no new rate increases for 2026, but in
Correct.
January, we still have that part 3 of the
That's right.
12%.
Of the one that was approved
Okay.
3 years ago, yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. I
Thank you,
yield the
Vice
floor.
Chair. Comments, questions, send to President McGowan and the team, and we'll see you all next Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, meeting adjourned.
afternoon. We are still waiting in committee room, council members. There is not one council member in this committee room. Good afternoon. I would like to call to order the Memphis City Council Personnel and Government Affairs Committee at 12:35 p.m. Ms. Eggert Banat, can you please call the roll?
Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Eggert Banat. We have, let me see the agenda. We have 3 items on the committee today. Let the record show we've been joined by Councilwoman Green. Thank you. We have 2 appointments and 1 discussion. Both of these appointments are asking for same night minutes. We will do number 1, Director of General Services, appointment of Melvin Jamerson, request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Motion by Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, second by Councilwoman Green. Also let the record show we've been joined by Councilwoman Logan. Okay, you're right here. So Mr. Jameson, and also we're joined by Mayor Paul Young. Whichever of you would like to start first, the floor is yours.
I'll just say briefly, thank you all for allowing us to be here today. I'm honored to present this appointment to you today. Mr. Jamerson has served the city of Memphis for the past 25 years. He spent 1 year at HCD, and the other 24 he has spent in general services. He knows the work. He's been putting in the work, and I'm honored and pleased to present this appointment as Director of General Services, and I will turn it over to him to say any remarks.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. So this is truly an honor for me, and I want to sincerely thank you, Mayor, for your leadership that you've shown for the last 2 years almost being mayor, and for your leadership as HCD Director. I appreciate the confidence that you have in me, appointing me to this position. And I want to give special thanks to Chief Adams for his, we've known each other for over 10 years, and it's been a privilege, of course, working with him. And but his mentorship, his guidance, his trust has played a major role in my professional development here and my growth and preparing me for this position. Again, I truly appreciate both of you and for your continued support and confidence. To the council, thank you for your guidance, support, and direction over the past year and a half. We've worked together while I've been in this interim capacity. Your partnership has been invaluable, and we've worked together to meet the city's operational and service goals. I also want to take a moment right now and recognize the employees of General Services. Their hard work, dedication, and diligence are what make it possible for us to deliver for the citizens of Memphis every single day. Whether it's keeping city vehicles on the road, maintaining public buildings, or supporting other divisions, they work behind the scenes to ensure the city runs smoothly. I'm proud to lead such a committed team that truly understands the importance of service to our community. I'm deeply proud of the work we've done, and I am even more excited of what lies ahead as we continue serving the citizens of Memphis with excellence and integrity. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. Also, let the record show we've been joined by Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Ford. First in the queue, we have Councilwoman Green, and then Vice Chairwoman Swearengin Washington.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations on this day. I'm kind of surprised we hadn't done this already. So I'm very excited. I want to say in particular, I've appreciated working with you for the first responders that I see here behind me and making sure their vehicles get repaired in an orderly fashion and timely. But I also know that Councilwoman Easter Thomas and I kind of ran you ragged for a little bit earlier this year, putting together our mother's suite downstairs. But helping us with that project means that we're able to get more moms involved in what happens here at City Hall. And I think that's really important. And what you did is not seen at the press releases or the ribbon cuttings, but it's important. And I appreciate all the work that you and your team do behind the scenes every day. So congratulations, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank you for your immediate response, your consistency, your leadership, your level-headedness, and you're always willing and ready to serve. And you have my full support. I congratulate you in advance, and I also congratulate you, Mayor, for building such a strong team. We appreciate your work, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Next, we have Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say congratulations. I'm so excited to work with you. You are so down to earth, and you get it. You really get it, the work that's needed. And like someone else said earlier, it may not be, I think it was Councilwoman Green, the press releases and all, but it's sort of like my husband. You're doing the things that really matter. You know, those things that I can't do. You know, so I appreciate all the behind the scenes stuff, making this strong, making this house strong. So in the city, we appreciate you. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, I'm trying not to be emotional, but we're dealing with a lot right now. And to run a city is a lot. And I had an ideal about these boxes. And we have a lot of very serious and important things that we're dealing with. But the professionalism and support that you have brought to my idea concerning these boxes is a long story, y'all, but I appreciate that because we deal with really major, truly major things. But you found a place for these boxes, and that allowed me to put energy into a vision that I have for some property in my district. And I just can't thank you enough because I didn't know what we were going to do with these boxes. But now we have a place for the boxes, thanks to you. And I do appreciate it. I wish you nothing but the best. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Are there any other colleagues that would like to speak? Yeah, 2 thumbs up from Councilman Ford. That speaks volumes, and 2 from Dr. Warren as well. And also, almost Director Jameson, just echoing the sentiments of my colleagues, just your level of professionalism and your attention to detail, and just being able to show up in the same way and be as neutral but still positive and supportive all the time is really a skill that we all can learn. And so I'm glad that we're able to see that with you. I don't know, but I do want to give you the opportunity. Did you have anyone joining with you here today in the committee room?
Sorry, my family will be in this afternoon.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure
But
we
my
give
work family is,
folks
of
their
course,
proper.
here.
But your work family is here, right? There we go. So it means a lot when the mayor is supporting your work, but it also means much more that your work family is supporting your work as well. Colleagues, so we're sending this down for same 9 minutes, and we will do this as a voice vote. All those in favor for the appointment of Melvin Jamerson, Director of General Services, same 9 minutes, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right.
Thank you.
We will see that downstairs. Congratulations. Colleagues, item number 2 is the Director of Fire Services, appointment of Mr. Colin Burris. Request for same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Motion by Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, second by Councilman Warren. Mayor, the floor is yours.
All right. Before I present Colin, I want to acknowledge Colin Burris has been with the fire department for many years, and he is deeply, deeply committed. And when I had the conversation with him around my desire to put him in this role, the genuine nature in which he responded and how emotional it was for him and all of the years that he's put in and his desire to be able to have this moment while his dad is here. And that touched me because, you know, I lost my dad. But he has this moment and he deserves this moment. And I think his dad's going to be here this afternoon. But I am really excited to present him for this appointment as fire chief, and I think that he's going to do an incredible job, and I think that he is definitely going to rally this team. Fire plays such an important role in all of our public safety efforts, our emergency response, and Colin's been right there in the middle of all of it for many, many years, and so excited for him to have this opportunity and excited to present him to you all, and I'll turn it to him.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Chair, Council, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. First, I'd like to thank Mayor Young for his confidence in me to lead one of the best and most respected fire departments across the nation. I'd also like to thank the Council for your continued support. The Memphis Fire Department appreciates you. Your commitment to public safety has been vital to our successes. I'd also like to thank the amazing men and women of the Memphis Fire Department who helped guide me, mentor me, and believed in me. And we just have a few sitting back here behind me, and I can tell you a story about each one of them on how they supported me or helped me, and I thank you all for that. I began my career with the Memphis Fire Department in 1998, and over the years, I had the privilege of serving in nearly every rank within the department. Through each promotion and assignment, I gained a deep understanding of our operations, our people, and what it takes to keep our community safe. I'm a proud graduate of Christian Brothers High School. I earned my bachelor's degree at one of the crown jewels of Memphis, Lemoyne College. I hold a master's degree in operations management from the University of Arkansas, and another master's from the Naval Postgraduate School in Homeland Security Studies. I enjoy engaging and being visible in our community. I currently participate or have participated in several community initiatives the Vitalent Community Leadership Council, which is formerly Lifeblood, Sound the Alarm Campaign, Habitat for Humanity, and the one nearest and dearest to my heart, Safe Kids, which is basically swimming lessons for under-resourced communities, the youth in the under-resourced communities. My initial priorities are going to be built around personnel, fiscal responsibility, and community risk reduction. But first, I'll listen. I want to hear all the voices of those on the front lines and understand their challenges, ideas, and needs before implementing any type of change. We will continue to invest in our people through recruitment, training, professional development, and mentoring programs so that we can prepare our next generation of leaders. I also want to ensure that health and wellness remain a top priority, because if our people are cared for, they in turn can go and take care of the people in the community. As fire chief, I understand that every dollar we spend represents trust from our taxpayers. My goal is to be a good steward of those resources, making sure we manage our budget wisely, explore new funding opportunities, and invest so that we can strengthen our service delivery. We'll rely on data to make decisions, ensuring every piece of equipment, every training completed, and every initiative directly is guided to the safety and well-being of our citizenry. I also recognize the importance of infrastructure and technology and keeping it up to date. Modernized stations, reliable apparatus, and innovative tools are not luxuries. They're necessities to keep both the firefighters safe and the community safe. The world around us is changing quickly, and the fire service must evolve with it. We'll strengthen our community risk reduction programs, not to address fires and EMS issues. We do a lot of that. But also, we want to be ready for hazardous materials events, extreme weather, and public health crisis. We'll continue to build partnerships with other city divisions, external stakeholders, and our community, because true public safety depends on collaboration. Keeping our citizens informed, involved, and confident in the work we do every single day. I'd like to thank you again for your continued support, and I look forward to working with each of you to provide our citizens and visitors with the fire department that serves with heart and stands ready for what lies ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. In the queue, we have Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. There's a hymn that's entitled, "May the Work That I've Done Speak for Me." And when I've been approached by other firefighters, whether in person or the numerous emails that I have received, you have been described as respectful, admirable, experienced, a role model, approachable, dedicated, and deserving. So it is my privilege to support this appointment, and I thank you for your leadership, your consistency. It says a lot for the firefighters to really be behind you to be able to support this leadership. So you have my full support as well, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Are there any other colleagues that would like to say anything? The loudest comment. Also, Warren. Let the record show that we've been joined by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Good morning, Cooper Sutton. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Well, congratulations. I do know that this appointment is well-deserved. And I will echo what Vice Chair Swearingen Washington just said. But it was one word that she missed that I got in an email, and it was your integrity, which is so very important. And they spoke very highly on your integrity and your character and the way you treat people at all times, under all circumstances, no matter what it is, and that's fairly. So I will echo what all my other colleagues have said, and especially the two men. Thumbs up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, it's not too much to say, but we are definitely, as a council, excited that the leadership of our fire department will remain in great hands. And as you said, we are one of the best in the nation, and with you at the helm, we can assure that we can remain that way. And so we're excited for your appointment and to work alongside with you and what we need for our city. Colleagues, we're going to send this down with same night minutes. So we'll go to a voice vote for the Director of Fire Services, appointment of Colin Burris. Same night minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Right. The ayes have it. It's going down for 4 o'clock. Always good to see you, Mayor. Come down sometimes. Give them 30 minutes for transition. I mean, not 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Calendar invite.
Okay. All right, colleagues. Councilwoman Walker, don't go nowhere. Sit down. All right, colleagues, we have one more item on this committee. And I will say that unfortunately, it's one that is not taken with too much care every year, but maybe next year we can do a little better. Okay. So the item on here is discussion of 2026 legislative agenda. I think we definitely need to think about different ways of doing this. We'll be able to talk about that with the new chair. Maybe it's too much going on this year. But it's a discussion, so it's nothing to vote. But next week, next Wednesday, from 9 to 3, the Shelby County delegation of our General Assembly will be meeting at University of Memphis, as they do every year, to hear legislative priorities from organizations and local bureaucracies, which includes the city of Memphis. And so typically what happens for the last few years is we collect legislative priorities from council members. We receive some. So, you know, we can discuss what we have, but we receive those legislative priorities, and then they get compiled into a PowerPoint presentation, and then they get delivered to the Shelby County delegation, and they do with it what they can at the General Assembly. Y'all know how it goes up there for them, so they are definitely fighting a good fight up there. So I just want to review some of the priorities that were sent in. If you all have any additional that you want to talk about while we're here, this should not take us too long. I know we have P&Z right after. But just to give you some of the priorities that were sent via email, and won't say where they came from, but if you want to speak on them, let me know. So as it relates to gun regulations, a discussion around carving out cities with populations over 500,000 in the state prohibition. I see some head nods. Also, funding to help complete the Wolf River Greenway, to help clean up and environmentally develop Wolf River bottoms, and for the city's gun violence reduction initiative, getting more funding towards that. Also to add, state legislation to stagger school board elections to every 2 years. That's what was submitted in, so we can talk about whether, are there any comments or any discussion on those three priorities?
On that last one, I think what I was trying to do was to make sure that they staggered those elections so they don't elect the entire board at the same time. On the school board, there's such a large learning curve that putting in brand new boards automatically would be really, really detrimental to the school system's governance. So I was trying to that's what they have now, and I think they're looking at trying to make it every 4 years. And I think there's a way the state legislature can figure out how to do this without making them all get elected at the same time. It'd be better for the school system.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Warren, for explaining that. Any other comments on Council? I'm doing it a few at a time.
Oh, okay.
So we don't have too many to talk about at a time. Councilwoman Green?
Sorry, just a general question. I believe we got rid of our lobbyist, or they got rid of us. I can't remember.
I think it was mutual.
It was mutual.
Mutual breakup.
Again, I think to your first point, which is we've got to get a better process around figuring out our legislative agenda, but then working towards getting anything passed from the legislative agenda. It's likely not going to happen with all of us having jobs and this job and not being able to go back and forth to Nashville if we don't consider a lobbyist in the next budget. So
the issue with our last lobbyists, I know they weren't helping us with this at all.
Right.
And so there were other issues, but they weren't initially involved in this. But to agree with you, we still need to figure out a better process.
When we figure out our RFP for our, I guess I'm lobbying for a future lobbyist. And in that process, I think we should include assisting with the creation of our legislative agenda and then working towards getting legislation from it passed and maybe a report back to us. I think it's going to be hard we might all have great ideas and might all want different things, but it's going to be hard for us to actually, finish any of these projects on our own.
Definitely. Well, I will take that to the new chair. All right. So, in addition, I got it. Oh, okay. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure how, but I guess in between getting a new assistant, she wasn't aware to turn them in, but I did have.
I got yours. It's after we go over swearing to Washington.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't want to give everybody at the same time. So secondly, partnering with state legislators to strengthen penalties for illegal dumping, and how we can do that in order to increase accountability, to serve as both a deterrent and letting our citizens know that we take seriously the preservation of our environment. That definitely may be some help of a lobbyist, right? And what that looks like and how we can get sponsors in both the House and the Senate. Also additional funding and resources to bolster our response to that illegal dumping. So whether that be technology, cleanup, community education programs. Okay, and those are the main two. So looking at how we can create legislation to strengthen penalties for illegal dumping, and then can we get any additional funding towards thwarting people from participating in illegal dumping? Anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, because right now it's like you get a $50 fine, and it needs to be a strong financial consequence for dumping and for littering, because we have to pay hundreds of dollars just for a site to be cleaned.
I know we can only find for 50, but can we charge charge them for the Kleenex and this is a fine, that may be all we can do. I don't know. That's just point of information. We know legally that's the case.
We can ask Attorney Wade.
So I think that's a lot of what we're doing in our blight ordinance right now. But to Vice Chair's point, if the state were to change the law that we could fine more, then we could fine more. But that's a lot of what we're doing in the blight ordinance that we've been working through is if we have to knock down your house because you've let it fall in disrepair, then we can charge the property owner back. Generally, we have to seek a court order to do that, but that's the damages we're seeking in court. A simpler, more straightforward path, say for tires, right, would be instead of fighting it out in court first, being able to assess a bigger fine on the front end. That would have to be a change in state law. I don't believe it's in the Constitution. I believe it's just the TCA.
Chair, I just want to make sure that I'm clear what I just heard. I know the blight, we're still looking at that and pushed down the road. However, I just want to make sure, I know we're looking at the language in different things, but did I just hear Councilwoman Green, and you can just clarify, because I'm down here talking to Dr. Warren again. Yes.
Because she's always talking to me.
That we're going to knock down houses? I know rental houses or people
Sorry,
who
this
own-
is not, this is about a legislative agenda item, and she wants to increase the fines for illegal dumping.
Right.
On the blight ordinance, if there are abandoned properties that are deemed uninhabitable, that have gone through all the processes, there are, just like how we have to mow a property, if a fire catches and they leave it sort of as what's called an attractive nuisance under the law, where people can go in and get hurt. The city, the local government, has the ability to remove the structure so that people don't get hurt on that property.
Right.
The idea then is to go back and recoup the cost for having to do that removal. That doesn't really have anything to do with Vice Chair's point.
talking about, right.
She's talking about, instead of us having to go through that big, long court process, if somebody does illegal dumping, right now the maximum that you can charge under state law is $50.
Right.
And so she wants a change in the state law to make it higher so that there's less, it's more of a deterrent on the front end to doing the illegal dumping and a punishment on the back end if they do. More
Okay, so
direct
we
and
have
more
to,
efficient.
Okay, so yeah. And so we would have to find out who did the illegal dumping too as well, right? Because
yes,
sometimes we don't even know where all this is coming from. And that's very hard for us to identify as well. But I totally concur with you. If there's a steeple penalty, and if we can, we have the resources to find out who actually did it, I totally agree. They need the burden of taking responsibility. So I totally agree. So it has to go through the state first because of the $50, and then that additional.
Right. So for her piece of legislation, it would have to be an adjustment in state law to put that maximum amount that we can fine is $50 to move it up, $100, $200, whatever the proposal is, and that they can get the votes for.
Okay. Thank you. I yield. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, colleagues. And last set, what'd you say? Okay, go ahead.
This isn't a legislative priority, but I wish we would think in the future that if you see somebody or dumping, maybe you get $100 or $150 if we can prove that they did it. Like take a picture or something like that. But we need some kind of incentive that'll make people tell it, and you'll tell it for about $100, $150.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Chair.
We need to think about that.
Well, before we had to transition with Public Works, Director Robert Connect and I was working on something as a crime stopper involving Crime Stoppers and initiating, adding a dollar amount for someone reporting.
Yes.
And especially in this time and where we are now, I think that would be, we never really, really finished talking about that, but I suggested that when people see someone dumping, there is a cash reward for it, you know, up to a certain amount, if we could do that. But, you know, he left and we never moved forward with it. But I totally concur with you with that because there has to be some type of penalty. We'll be penalized, I'll be penalized, you'll be penalized. So there has to be some type of penalty, and the importance is changing the behavior as well. That we ain't playing. Stop it. This is not right. So I totally concur with you on that as well.
Thank you all. And last set to just get comments on. Squatting laws, homelessness and housing, code violation fines, formula for how much we get from HUD for Housing Community Development Division, certain requirements for opening brick and mortar businesses, and I think we've already said gun laws. Councilwoman Logan, do you want to expound on any of these?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chair. There are minimal charges and laws that deter homelessness, housing, and squatting laws, in the sense of some people are homeless and they choose to be. They don't want the help. They don't want, and they want to go where they want to go. You can't, you know, there's a lot you can and cannot do. So those are some things that we'd like for legislators to look at, because locally we're very limited in what we can do. We take them, and if they're picked up, they have to be released. So squatting laws, there are developers and, you know, investors that are here, and people are breaking in their new homes and staying there, and you have to go through hoops to get them out. There's a lot of squatting, so looking at the squatting laws. Also, all of the code violations, illegal dumping, and any of the other ones that we have, we can only do $50. So as we said, with the, not just illegal dumping, but all code violations, we can only give that $50 fine. So that needs to be looked at because our hands are tied. And as it relates to the EDGE and other entities that calculate money that we get as economic impact for development and different pilots and things like that, we get those numbers from the federal government, if I'm not mistaken, and the state, or those multipliers. And John, you can tell me if I'm right. I was told that those multipliers that they use to determine the economic impact, those are given to us. And it's something that we need to look at, because in our city, other cities are getting more money than we are in these cases, and particularly the formula that's used for how we get funding from HUD. And we do have Director Zener here. If it's okay for him to expound on that. I'm sure he knows more about it, but those are two areas that I think we are definitely losing money in. And before you start, the last thing was the requirements for opening a brick and mortar. And I think I talked to you about that. Some people will go and open up a brick and mortar and don't go through the proper channels. And therefore, they disregard zoning, or they may go through the proper channels. It's the way we have it set up. They disregard zoning, and then they build a building, or they open a building and spend a lot of money. But yet, those are not places that we want in our communities, in our neighborhoods. And so they end up having to close. So those are some things that have to have the state input, as well as gun laws that everybody talked about. So Director Zener, would you want to speak to those? I know I might have butchered it.
I know that's not what you thought you were in here for, but thanks for joining us. Director Zener, go ahead. Chief Zener, I'm sorry.
Happy to be here. John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. Councilwoman Logan, I think what you were referring to is the Community Development Block Grant that the city receives. HCD is our recipient and administrator of Community Development Block Grant funds that come through the federal government. Of course, those are through HUD. There are two ways in which the Community Development Block Grant allocations are calculated. The way that our
allocation is calculated is less favorable to us than comparison cities like St. Louis or Detroit, you know. So we are not getting our fair share, as it were. But that would be a federal legislative agenda item rather than state. That there has been attempts in the past, and this goes back to when our mayor was director of HCD, working with some of the federal delegation. And I believe Congressman Cohen and Kustoff together worked on a bill that would have helped to provide another path to where we would be able to get more of those block grant dollars. But that obviously would need to be something renewed at the federal level.
Who's our federal lobbyist? You know, our federal.
The administration's federal lobbyist is a group called Ice Miller.
Who?
Ice Miller.
Oh, okay. Ice Miller. And the other one, the multipliers for economic impact of different developments. You know, those formulas, when you go on Edge and you look through and they talk about the formulas.
Right.
Are you familiar with that?
Not terribly familiar with exactly what you're wanting to get to, but we can work on that. I'll just briefly say that the authority that EDGE and other incentive granting agencies in our community have is derived from state law. And so if there are limitations in terms of what any of those tools are able to provide a specific project or projects as a whole, then that would be something that we would want to look at a state level. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Are you back? So number 4 is federal, but the other ones are state.
Okay. Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, whoever wants to talk from y'all's end.
Mine is really quick. I think one of the things as we're looking at our legislative agenda is I was talking to Torrey Harris at one of JB's events last week, and he was saying that now is the time that our legislative agenda should be up in Nashville because now's when they're putting the bills together. So if we wait until November and December to get together to do our legislative agenda, we're late and we've lost it. And we do need lobbyists up there because we can't be there. But next year we should be thinking about doing this, Madam Chair, or Madam Vice Chair, is that we should be thinking about maybe doing this thing in August and having our stuff ready for September when people start doing their bills. So, Madam Vice Chair, word to the wise for us. I think we're behind on this. And next year, if we do the legislative agenda in the summer, August and September, then we may get some better results in Nashville. Thank you.
Oh, no. So this is going to be allude to what I just sent to you about that. And the reason I raised that question and that was sent to me because I think it's a vape store, vapor, where they sell that. And the community is struggling, especially in the Black and brown community where these stores pop up at. They don't come through the council to even see, and then we get it as council members on the back end. And when I hear a parent or parents stating that they're trying to put a vape store and they're struggling right now with their children trying to get them to stop vaping, that becomes very alarming. And so I wanted to know, because it's on, I told you what the address is, and how we can prevent that and what we can put in place, because the community does not want this. They want a restaurant or a store, anything other than it's going to be detrimental to our children. And we know that vaping is just out of the roof now for our teenage children, and, you know, it makes them look good, you know, make them feel good thinking they're smoking, however. But how do we prevent this? And then we get this as council member on the back end?
John
The
Zena,
floor
Chief
is yours, Chief Zena, however you want to use it.
Just waiting to be recognized. John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. Y'all know I don't miss an opportunity to talk about zoning reform, so here we are. Councilwoman, the good news is this doesn't even have to go to the state. You have the power as the local legislative body to adopt zoning, to enact rules that dictate where certain uses can or cannot go. And that is in the zoning code. So as a matter of update on our work, the community meetings for the Memphis 3.0 update, which is helping to shape the zoning map, were completed in October. And so the team is finalizing those recommendations now. And then alongside that, we have a full draft from our consultants who are helping us with the code update. And the DPD team has gone back and forth already several times, Brett, with the consultants to make sure that we're getting the language right. There's some additional engagement that we want to do once we have the revised updates to the code itself. But the expectation right now is March, that we would be able to come back, or at least have it before the Land Use Control Board. And that would be the updated code itself.
Okay.
And the updated map.
All right.
But specifically to your point,
yes,
how commercial uses are being divided, because right now, this area that you're talking about, the address was
the address is 2362 and 2360.
Okay,
and
so
I think that's in the Hollywood
yes
area.
Yes, so
Yes.
it was 2362 is the exact address
Okay.
that we found in our records.
All right.
Jackson Avenue. And so the zoning is CMU 1, which, you know, we've attempted to make more sort of neighborhood commercial zoning. I don't know if a vape store fits in neighborhood commercial zoning. So that's the type of distinction that in these new code updates we're trying to make. If you remember, Councilwoman and I talked about the different types of commercial zones that we are creating as a part of this proposal.
Yes.
And so that should be to you before the state legislature would even act on it. So you will have that with in front of you next year. Of course, we'll have drafts that we'll be able to disseminate before then.
Okay, but before then, this has become this is hardship for this community over there, and especially to hear that parents, not more than one, that they're now struggling with their children to deter them from a vape, and this place wants to, and it bypassed the council. I don't know if it's in operation. Is it in operation?
They've received a certificate of occupancy. I don't know if they're in operation yet.
Okay.
But it would be allowed by zoning. So it is legislatively allowed. And let me just say, this is a, you know, we used to be able to do moratoria whenever there was an issue like Councilwoman, gas stations. You know, we had a proliferation of gas stations, you all remember, and we did a moratorium. Well, we can't do that anymore in the state of Tennessee. That is a state law issue. There's a series of 2 bills that passed in 2024 and 2025 that essentially make zoning moratoria illegal in the state of Tennessee. Okay, all the more reason for us to do this
do what we're doing
code
now.
update and map update
To do what we're doing now
and get it right.
Okay,
Absolutely.
all right. So until then, they have received a certificate of occupancy.
Yes,
Am
ma'am.
I correct?
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
the community is livid right now because a couple parents right now are struggling with their children vaping, and now this vape and smoke store wants to come over there, and they're struggling, and they don't want it. And so I know what you just said. I heard you. We have that legislation that's in our power. But however, until next year, this store can be in operation while these parents are struggling, trying to fight their children from going in here, and then they're underage, and then they sell it to them. So I want to put it on blast that this should not be happening. So what do we do when the parents are trying to protect their children in the best possible way? We can't do anything until March, until code and all this is updated. But however, they can bypass us, go get a certificate of occupancy, and then we hear it at the back end. And then I have to, then we have to, our council members aren't doing anything. Well, if it bypasses us, I think we have the same thing happen on 3rd Street with that gas station. They didn't have to come before us. That Marathon, that other little gas station, and the people in Westwood were just livid because of the new state law with the moratorium. It's illegal for us to even, but this vape store is causing a hardship over there in the Black community, where these parents just sent me on my personal messenger asking for help. They don't want it there. So what do we do?
So we don't want to ask Chief Zena questions we can be asking future lobbyists or help. But you definitely made some valid points. And so that question of priority definitely will go into what we're asking the legislators to help us with, because maybe they have some ideas on state legislation as well. What do you mean by March?
I mean, that's when our zoning and coding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
until next year before that's presented. But you will get us a draft. Did I hear correctly? Just want to make sure that I heard correctly.
Yes, that's correct.
Then they can bypass us. Go to where they're going now. Right? Don't look so sad. We're gonna be okay.
If it's allowed by the area's zoning, yes.
Yeah, by the area zoning codes. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. So if you have any additional items that you want things to be considered, definitely email those by tomorrow morning, no later than tomorrow morning. Councilwoman Green?
I was just going to say there's been a lot of discussion today by this council about the urgent situation we're in regards to SNAP funding. I would like to put it on the radar of the delegation, any solutions on the state level, like tapping into the $700 million we have in TANF funds, the Tennessee Assistance for Needy Families, the $2 billion we have in the Rainy Day Fund that could help people with rental assistance, utilities assistance, or potentially suspending the grocery sales tax until SNAP benefits are fully restored, because we do, suspend sales tax sometimes, like back to school. These are all things that could be done at the state level that could have a great impact here in Memphis, where we have about 150,000 people receiving SNAP, mostly children and seniors. So, what? Well, this is for the legislative agenda, so, January will be here before we know it. And I don't have any belief that the crisis will be over by then. It seems to just be getting worse. So while we're talking to the delegation, I think it's important that we put these things on their radar. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, what I would like to see is more funding for the creative and performing arts, more specifically for the film studio that we are going to manifest in Whitehaven one way or another.
What's the name of this studio?
It's Black Lens Productions, and they have been before the state 3 times, and every year they say, come back next year. So they're gonna go back next year. And I'll just yield the floor. I know we press for time, but yeah, more funding for creative and performing arts. And also quickly, when we talk about the city and the logistics, the transportation, the tech, we need to include creative and performing arts, because that's really the essence of who we are. I judge. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Creative arts have been added as priorities. Council members, thank you for indulging this conversation. And as noted by many of us, we will attempt again with the new chair to get some alignment on how we do our legislative priorities. And hopefully we can be able to get some support in that from a lobbyist organization that can help us do that work on our behalf. Seeing nothing else coming for business in this committee is adjourned.
The November 4th, 2025 Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to roll. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. Thank you so much, Ms. Hayes. We have 4 items on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a joint ordinance amending the 2021 Memphis and Shelby County Building Code so as to amend the storm shelter requirements for educational buildings and add a new appendix related to optional middle-scale housing construction requirements. All council district, sponsored by the administration. There's a request to add on the consent agenda for first reading. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas and seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren. Who from the, Chief Zena, if you'll be so kind as to still state your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Sure. John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. Council members, this may seem like deja vu. You just passed these on third reading. We have to do it again. This is my error. These items did not come to committee before, and I was informed that because of that, they have to start anew. So the good thing is the effective date of these ordinances was not until December 31st anyway, so we have plenty of time without having to amend anything in the ordinances themselves. So what is before you is exactly what was before you before, and there are no changes. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Yes, we have to do all 3 readings. Yes, and yes, it's items 1, 2, and 3. So item 1 is the building code, and if you remember my explanation last time, anytime you change anything in the building code, it usually affects other related codes, and so item 2 is the existing building code, and then item 3 is the fire code.
Would you give us your address, please?
125 North Main.
Thank you so much. Are there any more questions?
I was going to call the question.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2 is a joint ordinance amending the 2021 Memphis and Shelby County existing building code so as to amend the storm shelter requirements for educational buildings and optional middle-scale housing construction requirements. All council district, sponsored by the administration. On this item as well, there's a request to add on consent agenda on first reading. Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Dr. Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Are there any questions?
I'd like to call the question.
All right, those are in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 3, an ordinance amending the 2021 edition of the International Code Council International Fire Code, including certain appendices in that code and other local amendments, and amending Chapter 9-36 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. This item as well, there's a request to add on consent agenda for the first reading. Can I get a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Councilman Dr. Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Are there any questions?
No, close to question, please.
All right, those in
Call
favor?
to question, I'm sorry. Close it.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 4, there has been a request by Councilwoman Walker for this item to be held, so it will come before you at the next committee meeting, which will be November 18th. All right, if there's no further business, planning and zoning.
call the roll.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren. Councilman Smiley. And Chairman Canali.
Chair observes quorum. Colleagues, I'm going to
Cooper
go
Sutton is also
through, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has joined us. I'm going to go to our add-on items first, items 34 through 45. Item 34 is a resolution to appropriate $176,545.46 in FY26 CIP funding for the Downtown Command Center, project number IT-01008, District 6 and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 35, a finding of conditions necessary for community redevelopment in the Cleveland Street Corridor area, an amending of the community redevelopment plan for the Cleveland Street Corridor area, Districts 5, 6, and 7, Super Districts 8 and 9, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 36, joint ordinance of the City of Memphis and County of Shelby, Tennessee, enacted pursuant to the Community Development Act of 1988 and the Uniformity in Tax Increment Financing Act of 2012, providing for the amendment of the Cleveland Street Corridor Redevelopment Trust Fund, Districts 5, 6, and 7, Super Districts 8 and 9, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. There is a request to add on to consent agenda for first reading. Item 37, ordinance to amend ordinance number 5595, Title 5, Chapter 40 of Memphis Municipal Code to renew the Memphis Tourism Improvement District. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request to add on to consent for first reading. Item 38, a resolution to establish and fund the Memphis Emergency Meal Provision and Housing Interim Services Forgivable Loan Fund, and to provide immediate local relief in response to the 2025 federal government shutdown. All council districts sponsored by Carlisle and Smiley. Not sponsored by Carlisle and Smiley, but instead the Memphis City Council. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 39, a resolution acknowledging receipt of report on debt obligation regarding the issuance and sale of $235,155,000 electric system revenue bond series 2025 pursuant to the 11th supplemental resolution. All council districts sponsored by MLGW. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 40, Director of General Services, appointment of Melvin Jamerson. There is a request for same-night minutes. And Director of Fire Services, that's now Fire Chief, correct? Yeah. Appointment of Colin Barres. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 42, a joint ordinance amending the 2021 Memphis and Shelby County Building Code so as to amend storm shelter requirements for educational buildings and add a new appendix related to optional middle-scale housing construction requirements. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request to add on to consent for first reading. Item 43, a joint ordinance amending the 2021 Memphis and Shelby County existing building code so as to amend storm shelter requirements for educational buildings and optional middle-scale housing construction requirements. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request to add to consent for first reading. Item 44, an ordinance amending the 2021 edition of the International Code, Council International Fire Code, including certain appendices in that code and other local amendments, and amending Chapter 14 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances. All council districts sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. There is a request to add to consent for first reading. Item 45, a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Walker. There is a request to add to fiscal consent for same-night minutes. Same-night minute items are 7, 18, 30, 34, 35, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 45. Items 5, 6, 8, 9, and 29 are held till November 18, 2025. As a note, items 25, 26, and 27 will be removed from our October 21, 2025 meeting minutes during our regular meeting at 4 p.m. Back to our first item, since Councilman Smiley has graced us. There's an item in budget that warranted more discussion. Councilmen Carlisle and Smiley.
Can I just blame Carlisle?
Yeah, you can blame me. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, in front of you is a copy of several items, mainly all the majority of the incorporated changes that were raised today. And then also the document was sent to the Community Foundation. It was sent to all the organizations on here, but it was sent specifically to the Community Foundation. Marty Reagan, their council, had a few comments that are predominantly in green in some of the recitals. And then, but most importantly for this body, as far as oversight, I want to direct your attention to page 3 that stipulates where the money is going to, who is going to allocate the money, being the Community Foundation of Greater Memphis. Such funds shall not be used for the purposes of administrative fees. Such funds shall be funded by some other means as determined by the city. So to work with those organizations in that deal. And then there was one more technical aspect on the loan fund itself. And I'm looking forward to my copy. Oh, here we go. So we made it non-amortizing, which is just a technical provision, and then struck the federal funding receipt. We're going to incorporate that piece of the oversight into the report by the chief financial officer, and here's why. Not every organization is one and the same, and so it gives, but the oversight will be there in the reports. We've added Attorney Wade to receive. So this body will receive the reports after or when the chief financial officer, the chief legal officer, and the city council's attorney have a chance to see them. So I know it looks like a lot of changes. I will tell you the majority in green, or the ones in green were done by Mr. Regan. But I was helpful. I was appreciative of the loan term help. With that, I'll turn it over to the body for any questions. Looking forward to it.
Councilman Smiley, you recognize.
All right. I also want to, I know I was particularly concerned about, I think some other councilmen was concerned about, was about the $500,000 that Mayor Young allocated to United Way. One of my concerns was, were they going to provide rental assistance if we're trying to support people during these times, in addition to these forgivable loans and the MLGW utility assistance. We've been assured that United Way is going to support people as it relates to rental assistance. So, and then also just make note of the fact that this is just not, we want to also encourage the other municipal bodies to join us in this effort to support people during these difficult times. So hopefully we can get this passed and not do all talking, just put some money behind some of the words we're saying.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, any questions for Smiley or Carlisle or me or staff? Councilman Walker, you look like you have a question.
Everyone's a co-sponsor?
The old Firehouse 43 on Holmes Road, just east of Elvis Presley. The building has good bones. It's next to the new one that's a few years old. It has good bones, a relatively new roof, but there are all these boxes in there that belong to the city court clerk's office. And I was talking to Chief Adams about it, and he said, well, Councilwoman Walker, what are you going to do with those boxes? So anyway, he put me in touch with Mr. Jameson and Director, Chief Jameson. He found a place for those boxes, the Coke property on Hollywood. So I'm real excited about that. But now that this has been evolving, there is a possibility that we can get a third party to just go on and digitize these boxes. But in the meantime, so what's going to happen next is the clerk's office, they're going to go over there and do an assessment, because some of the boxes, some of the files they may no longer need. And it's a lot of boxes, y'all, probably roughly about 500. All throughout every room in that fire station, except for the kitchen and the bathroom, have boxes. And some of them are 5 to 6 feet tall and deep like that. So that's what I was talking about the boxes. Thank you.
Good work, Councilwoman Walker. Thank you for the update. Colleagues, any other questions, comments, concerns? Yes, ma'am.
Quickly, the oldest box was dated 2015, and the most recent boxes are dated 2024.